Live and alive, folks. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Is the stream streaming the outside world yet? Hold up, let me pull up the stream on my phone. I like to do that just in case. There you go. We are live. The notification is sent. Cool, cool, cool. We're talking politics, folks. If you disagree with this prompt above me, if you think Donald Trump is looking out for you, then this is the stream exactly for you. This is the stream for you to have that conversation, to express that disagreement, to exercise your free speech. Best believe that's what I want to see. But yes, Donald Trump has in fact abandoned you. Donald Trump does not care for the working class. You are simply ends to the means, or means to the end, excuse me. You're a way of getting power, a way of getting attention, the things that really kind of matter to the guy. He's a narcissist after all. Power, attention, fame, clout, whatever the hell he thinks he wants. Money. Money. Etc., etc., etc. But folks, if you disagree with this prompt, if you think Donald Trump is looking out for you, let me know. There's a call-in number. Hold up. Let me pull up the Google Voice. Let me pull up the Google Voice and let me turn it on. The line is open. We're going to set some ground rules to make sure that things actually flow. You know, if you can't shut up, if you can't control yourself, you will be kicked off. But if you can have a conversation, then this is your moment to shine. This is your moment to show me. To give me an Anna-Kasparian moment that, you know what, conservatives can be nice and civil people too. If you can do that. Might be difficult for you to do, and I understand. But you have an opportunity nonetheless. You can create images with ChatGPT. I did not know that. Random little fact there. Folks, if you disagree, if you think Donald Trump is in fact looking out for the little guy, looking out for you, looking out for the 99%, let me know. Try to prove me wrong, I guess, or change my mind, rather. Because I personally don't see that. Based on the promises that he's making, based on the promises that he, Lollipop says hi. 16 concurrent viewers. Oh, well, hello, Lollipop. I should be a little bit more courteous. Hello. But, folks, if you disagree with this prompt, if you think Donald Trump is actually looking out for the working class, let me know. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a debate. I will bring people on. There is, in fact, a Google Voice number that you can call. PAA says Lollipop says hi. Yes. We can look at his record. We can look at his record on war. We can look at the increase of drone strikes, 435%. We can look at the supporting Saudis' genocide in Yemen. We can look at his endless support for Israel. We can look at the fact that while Biden has been brutal and letting Israel do whatever the hell they want, he says Biden's been holding them back. Charlie says, "Can you say hi to me?" Hello, Charlie. And there's Connor with explosion emojis. PAA says, "Trumpy Rumpy." That's deep. I wonder if I should get background music on these streams. You know what I'm saying? Let's get like some MIDI. MIDI. MIDI of what, though? Charlie says, "Bro, I'm a Trump supporter." You know, I couldn't tell that based on your profile picture. Yeah, I mean, that's fine if you are, but nonetheless, the statement still holds true. That Trump does not care about you, Charlie, even if you like the guy. Trumpy Dumpy, Ashley Wigley says. Ashley, what is that? Willage says. H-Series Hooligan says, "Trump is the realest president you'll ever get, like it or not." Based on what? I think he's honestly among the fakest. I mean, the best promises that he made in 2016, he didn't keep. He didn't bring the manufacturing back. He didn't get rid of the bad trade deals. He did the bad trade deals. He promised that nobody would die because of lack of health insurance in his term. Of course, people did because he didn't pass universal health care. He was never going to pass universal health care. So we can't be surprised there. Young Ahmoud says, "Hey, mate." Charlie says, "I don't like Trump or Kamala." I'm not big on Kamala, but I do think she was the better of the two options. H-Series Hooligan says, "They never keep anything, though none of them." Well, I had no expectations for Biden, but I was pretty happy that he passed the CHIPS Act, which was a big investment into chip manufacturing and trying to bring it to the United States, and was one of the reasons why manufacturing was growing in the United States under Biden. I'm happy that they did an infrastructure plan, which Donald Trump promised he would do, which he didn't do. What's Kamala's plan? At least Trump has a plan. Kamala had policies like expanding Medicare to include home health, making 3 million new homes, increasing housing supply to meet the demand of housing to actually lower the cost of living. If she literally did nothing but just kept Lena Khan and to break up monopolies and a National Labor Relations Board that would be friendly to unions, that would be great. H-Series Hooligan says, "Oh, Kamala was a demon, bro." Well, if you think Kamala was a demon, then it should have been an easy comparison between the two of them. But she was just better. Lolpop says, "Are you a foot or feet?" I am neither foot or feet. Murphy said he did Operation Warp Speed, which saves lives with the vaccine. Murphy, I actually agree with you. I appreciate Operation Warp Speed. I do appreciate more of the scientists and engineers that actually developed the vaccine, but nonetheless, it takes leadership from the top to get the ball rolling. The thing is, he can't even run on Operation Warp Speed, and he said it himself. His base does not like vaccines. So he wants to run on Operation Warp Speed. He wants to run on the vaccine. He tried to for a little bit, but he had to drop it because his base just didn't like it. And H-Series says, "I'm a chemist. That was genocide." H-Series, I'm sorry. It's over for you. Come on. Come on, man. You're a chemist. Get real, brother. Kamala threatened to take one of your rights, though. What one of my rights? Carla laughed too much. Trump is too rude. If the criticism of somebody is that they're laughing, this is a little silly. That's not a policy criticism. Kumala Savesta. Okay, Young Ahmoud, I see you. How do you feel about the current politicians shilling for Israel? I don't like it. I'm not a fan of Israel, Not a big fan of Israel. I'm not going to lie. Kamala doesn't even know what to say. I mean, she pushed policies that would build 3 million new homes. Expensive housing is one of the top issues. I do like a tax on... I like more taxes on the ultra wealthy. She had a tax on unrealized capital gains for people for assets over $100 million. I mean, that affects not even the 0.50 of the top 1%, probably just the top 0.1% of the top 1%. Charlie says, "Listen, a lot of people in America disagree with you. That's why he won." Charlie, you should look at the vote totals. Both Kamala and Donald Trump got under 50%. They both got under 50%. The American people are not satisfied with a lot of our political leadership, including Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And if majority of Americans even disagreed with me, I mean, I can still say why they're wrong. When Obama ran, a bunch of Republicans didn't stop saying why they didn't like Obama when he won. Same with Biden. I mean, the Republicans were saying that Biden cheated, which is certainly something. Have you ever wondered how many times you can twist your ball sack before it falls off? I've never wondered that, personally. Stony, not Dusty, says, "Go Trump, go Israel." All right. H-Series Hooligan says, "This guy really thinks the vax helped out. You said it was genocide. I'm alive. Been alive for a few years now." All right, hold on. What polls did you get that from, Cameron Reed? It's literally not a poll. It's just the results of the election. They're both under 50% right now. That's not disputable. Elijah says, "What is yapping going to do when Trump already win? Like, shut up. It's called making content. Just making a video." Trump was better when we had him as president before, and it was good. It wasn't good for the people in Yemen, where he, supplied their genocide. Not that great. Wasn't good for the American people who were living 60%, or 60% of them were living paycheck to paycheck. Levi Broberg says, have you ever heard of humor, dark liberal? That's so true. Missy Marie says, we needed better candidates. It's been a joke for far too long. 100% agree. We need much better. Cameron Reed says, honestly, you're just a yapper. That's completely wrong. 59 million votes. Cameron, Donald Trump got more than 59 million votes. So did Kamala Harris. You're so bold in saying I'm wrong, yet you don't even know the votes your guy got. Dumbass. You're fucking dumb. Good job, Murphy. You'll live longer. Probably talking to somebody. I missed their message. The Claudia shot, aptly named for a reason. Stony, not Dusty. Donald Trump made the shot, and he took it too. Donald Trump's still alive, right? And you voted for him after he made the shot that your guys are calling genocide. What is the word? Liberal? My husband calls me that. I'm not a liberal. What is with the word liberal? I don't know what you are. Baseball Dinger says, do I like Kamala? Not exactly. She was the better of the options, but I'm not like a big Kamala Harris stan. When it comes to democracy, when it comes to the election, you vote for the better of the two options. H-Series Hooligan says, I'm Irish, dude. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Does that make your opinion much more valid or important or something? I'm not sure. But you're Irish and you're wrong. Deep Reflection says, I'm wanted Vivek. Not a fan of either candidate. Well, I'm not a big fan of Vivek, but I am with you that I wanted somebody else. PAA says, what religion are you? I'm a Christian. Paul says, better of the three options, Lamau. She wasn't even voted by her own party. I mean, she got, 48% of the vote when Donald Trump got 49% of the vote? Good couple million people might have voted for her. That's just a theory. She not better. 50% income tax. Elijah, where the fuck did you hear 50% income tax? Shannon says we should have three candidates. That would be nice. Boom Chicken says it's his chicken's birthday. Happy birthday to your chicken. A lot of love to your chicken, man. Cameron Reed says she didn't have a vote to be the runner of the Democratic Party. Yes, because Joe Biden did not drop out, but then when the moment came when he performed so badly in the debate, Democrats actually did what conservatives were demanding that they do. They got rid of a guy that had no reason to be running for president. He was way too old, and y'all were still upset. And of course, at that point, the primary season had passed, so we just went with the vice president. It's like when JFK died and Lyndon Johnson became president. That wasn't a coup. JFK was just no longer able to serve and do the job. When Roosevelt died and Truman became president, Roosevelt was no longer able to do the job. Biden was no longer able to do the job of representing the party, but nonetheless, the primary season happened and Biden had won the primary. Cameron says you can't skip a primary. Yeah, well, the primary wasn't skipped. Joe Biden just won it. So when Joe Biden wins it, and it's pretty then clear afterwards, this guy probably shouldn't be at the top of the ticket. And when most of the party wants him off, and they convince him to leave, and then it seems, then you have to have the delegates at the convention vote. And the delegates at the convention voted for Kamala Harris. It just is what it is. You know, primaries didn't used to have votes back in the day. You threw Biden out and didn't let a Democratic Party vote. How democratic is that? I get it. You know, you have the thought process of a child. It's the Democratic Party. Shouldn't you guys have a vote in the primary season passed? Biden won the primary. You just got to work with what you got. I wanted him to drop out a year prior, but I'm not the king of the party. Wish Harris would have done more less laughing and more answering questions. Miss Marie, I mean... Harris talked a lot more policy than Donald Trump. Not as much as I would have wanted. Not exactly the policies that I would have, but if you have that criticism, you should have that criticism of Donald Trump as well. You should have less talk about Arnold Palmer's dick and more talk about how your tariffs are gonna... How are we gonna deal with the economic impact, the inflationary economic impact of the tariffs? Levi says, why are you a Christian? Why, as a Christian, did you vote for Donald Trump? Because I actually care about my neighbor. I don't want the social safety net cut. I don't want the affordable health care cut. I don't want 30 million people or 40 million people to lose their health care. Donald Trump also increased drone strikes 435%. He killed an Iranian general that almost led us into war if the Iranians did not show restraint. So, yeah, save lives. Voted for the better cabinet, the better candidate. Deep Reflection says it doesn't sound like he's butthurt. It's crazy how polarizing a few elections have been. Yeah. It's unfortunate that it is so polarizing, but we see a bit of that polarization here in the chat. You have a lot of people desperate to defend Donald Trump no matter what. Charlie says, as a Christian, I don't like Kamala. But if you like Donald Trump as a Christian, I mean, there's a lot more things you got to reckon with. James says, zero income tax. You're a fucking silly guy, James. What's you going to replace the income tax? What's the plan, huh? How do we fund the government at that point? Miss Marie says, are you happy with the current border crisis? Yeah, there isn't a border crisis. Border crossings are down, but I will say what we should be doing is making the process more efficient to not encourage illegal immigration. When you have a slow and inefficient process, you encourage more illegal immigration. If you disagree with that, then you actually do want more illegal immigration, and I'm assuming you don't, though, so we can probably agree that we should make it faster, right? Cameron Reed says, racism? Laughing emojis? Where'd the racism come from? Elijah says, 50% income tax by Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump has ever promised a 50% income tax. Cameron says, income tax would have the founding fathers rolling in their graves. You know, Cameron, I think the founding fathers would be rolling in their graves if they found out that their slaves were free. So, like, I don't, you know, great, you know, we don't have to necessarily look to, like, the 1700s for every single thing. Paul says, not a border crisis is crazy. Yeah, I'm not interested in, like, Fox News fear-mongering about illegal immigrants, you know. Border crossings have been down each month of this year, and they've done more deportations than I believe Donald Trump or Obama. So, at the end of the day, I mean, more deportations, less border crossings don't make you guys happy, and it's still a border crisis. Maybe if we actually discourage illegal immigration by making it a much more fast and efficient process to legally immigrate here, that would be a great thing. Oh, I missed a call at 6:58. I did not hear the ringing. Let me call back.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
All right. Well, buddy, if you want to call again, you have the opportunity to call again. I just missed your call. Cameron Reed, I'm curious what you're ready to cut. I wonder if you're an older person. Are you ready to cut your Social Security? Are you ready to cut your Medicare? RV says she spent tens of millions to get Beyonce to talk for 3 minutes. You know, I'm not a big fan of the celebrities. You know who is a big fan of the celebrities? Donald Trump. You know, doing the RNC with Hulk Hogan, having Little Pump speak, going on to Joe Rogan's show, getting the Joe Rogan endorsement. A lot of you guys have been sucking Joe Rogan's dick. So, like, yeah, I think you guys are much more into the celebrities. I'm personally not into the celebrities if they're liberals or Republicans. I don't really care. Amazing. Federal funding for the effect of cocaine on a sunfish, $1.2 million a year. Fun. So, $1.2 million a year is actually, like, tiny for our federal budget. I mean, sure, you can cut it if you want, but, like, that's not really going to solve the fundamentals. 850 area code. What is on your mind? Well, hold on. Wait, before you speak, I got to deal with the sound a little bit. Damn. The fucking sound goes down every single time I open Google Voice. Hold on. Okay, speak.
Hello?
Hello. Is this a child?
No.
Oh. Okay. What's on your mind?
So, did you vote for Kamala? Yes or no?
Yes.
You thought she was a better candidate?
Yes. So is this a grown-up or a literal child? I think this is a literal child.
Did you agree with abortion and all that?
I think that there can be limits, but I think that legal abortion has to be protected when it comes to people that are raped, people that are victims of incest. I'm much more loose in general when it comes to the first trimester, and I don't think that people I don't think people should carry their rapist baby if they were just happened to be if they were raped.
Yeah,
that's
like
pretty bad.
Like if you get raped, I don't think yeah.
So we're in agreement.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think you're a kid, so I'm gonna let you go. Every time I turn on Google Voice or take a call from Google Voice, it lowers the volume of my microphone. It's annoying. I gotta learn how to deal with that. RB says Kamala had the chance to go on Joe Rogan and she bottled it. It could have really helped her campaign. Yeah, I would have gone on Joe Rogan. Even if it turned into a debate, I wouldn't really care. Cameron Reed says they dance naked on stage in front of kids. Cameron, at no Democratic rally was there naked dancing on stage, you fucking dummy. Just gonna keep it so real with you. If you're gonna say something so extremely stupid, I'm gonna call you dumb. Someone needs to be honest with you. Hulk Hogan, excuse me, ripped his shirt off at the RNC. Come on, get real, man. You can't just live in a world of your imagination and be like, this is reality. Could have had scientists, politicians, and leaders of the black community talk, but she had Megan Thee Stallion shaking her ass and Cardi B. She did have many black union leaders speak at her rallies. So, what's your criticism there? Hello? Hello? Okay. Again, I don't know why the volume keeps being turned down. I'll leave it at that 87 and hopefully it stays there. Hold on. I'm from Russia. We are disappointed that Kamala lost because if she won, USA would collapse. Yeah, I'm sure you are, buddy. Come on. I guarantee you, one, you're probably an American pretending to be a Russian. And two, that whole thing about, bro, Putin supported Biden. It's like the most obvious just sort of fuel for the right-wing media machine to complain about Biden. And Kamala, he moved the trick to Kamala the moment Kamala became the nominee. Paul says, enjoy 4 years of coping, bro. I mean, where am I wrong with my prompt, Paul? That Donald Trump has abandoned MAGA. Look at his cabinet picks. Donald Trump was going to get us out of the wars, right? He's going to make peace. But then he put Marco Rubio, a neocon's neocon, in charge of the State Department. He has Dick Cheney advisors and George Soros advisors, which I know would not make you guys happy. He lied to the public that he didn't know what Project 2025 was. And then he put 3 authors of Project 2025 in his cabinet, or at least they're nominated. So you tell me where I'm wrong. You tell me where I'm wrong. I would love to know. And I'm waiting for someone to correct me or change my mind. SND Rock, are you a subscriber, bro? Thanks for the sub, brother. SND Rock says this guy is trolling. No way he believes the stuff he says. No, I do. You know nothing about the Republican Party, Falcon 1 says. Angel says Kamala does not have respect of Putin, Kim, but they respect Trump. What does respect mean to you, Angel? RFK, thoughts on removing banned chemicals from our food and water. James, RFK supported a guy that deregulated a lot of chemicals into the forever chemicals into the water and the air. He ran with Donald Trump. He's appointed by Donald Trump. If he wanted a politician with a record of getting rid of certain things like that, Tim Walz put more regulations on what chemicals can be released into the air and our water. But, of course, he didn't line up for that campaign because he doesn't actually care. 850-4004-168, I'm not going to say the last number, says, oh yeah, Diddy, it feels so good. Yeah, Donald Trump was good friends with Diddy. Arthur says, I'm not sure if the chat knows what a neocon is. They probably don't. It's probably a little bit too advanced It's probably a little bit too advanced for them. BP Slick says, name him? Name who? BP Slick. Stony Not Dusty says, you smoking poop with Hunter. Listen, there was Don Jr. literally did cocaine on camera with Donald Trump next to him at the SpaceX launch. He was doing gumming. He had loose cocaine in his pocket and rubbed it into his gums. You guys don't want to talk about cocaine when it comes to the president's sons because your president's son literally has done it on camera. BP Slick says, where do you come up with this nonsense? BP Slick, I mean, feel free to correct me. The guy RFK backed, Donald Trump. Are you fucking dumb? Don't you know who RFK backed? SND says, when anyone questions your beliefs, you have a meltdown and call them dumb. How could you possibly learn anything new? Well, tell me something new that I don't know. I've heard your talking points before. It's on you guys to get a little bit more creative. Chat disconnected. Let me keep looking at the phone for the chat then. Why didn't Walt say that during his rally? It would have helped for sure. No one was talking about a healthy America on her side. You know, if you wanted a healthy America, we should talk about, say, Medicare for all. But that's not really talked about by the Republican Party. They don't really care about that. If you want a healthy America, we should probably try not to have Donald Trump cut the Affordable Health Care Act and get 30 million people off their health insurance, 40 million people potentially. That would probably be good for a healthy America, right? If Harris had those plans, why didn't she do anything? Why isn't she doing shit now? Epstein didn't kill himself. What do you think the job of the vice president is? The vice president is not the king of the nation or the queen of the nation. It's not an emperor position. Damien says, are you woke? Damien, I would advise you to define woke. Then maybe I can answer your question. Excuse me. James Ferreria says, more pills. What do you mean by more pills? And Angel says, respect like meaning with Kamala Putin and Kim can do whatever they feel like, but with Trump, the resistance is like with Trump. They can't do whatever they feel like. They think twice. Based on what, my friend? You see, the way I see it is they see a narcissist that's easy to manipulate by just being nice to him. Vice President sells a voice. Exactly. Sweeter Ohio or Sweater Ohio. It's a voice. You can talk, but that's not a policy thing. You can suggest things, but that's not a policy thing. Hibiki says, yo, I remember you from that one Penguin Zero video. Yes, that's me, Hibiki. I appreciate you recognizing me from that video. Very much appreciated. Making that video was a real fun time. You still crying, Vice President? Sugar tax for a healthy America. I don't know about a sugar tax. I gotta be real. I'm not sure about a sugar tax. Trigal says, hey dude. Hello, Trigal. Missy Marie says, until we get a third candidate, we're gonna keep seeing these close elections. Clearly, we're a nation divided. Hibiki, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Missy Marie, I would love to see more third parties. It's gonna be tough in America just because we're so big. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. Insurance is just give you more pills. Do you think less dyes in our food and no fluoride in our water and better food would be a good route than healthcare for all? Is that very possible? My friend, if you think insurance is just more pills, if you think being able to get a check from a physician, if you think having no cost when you go get a surgery that's life-saving is just more pills, I mean, I think you need to think deeper about this. You got to stop looking into the alternative medicine route and start looking into the modern medicine route. If you want a healthier lifestyle, if you want healthier food, then you got to eat right. Then you got to exercise. It's on you to do that as an individual. You can't force that upon a nation. Hold on. Damien says, "Why you ignore me?" I don't. Did you send a message, Damien? Did you send? Are you saying things in chat? I don't think I'm really ignoring anybody. I might have missed your thing. Jack Tipper says, "Is this is the guy that calls trying to scam you?" I love that. Remind me how conservatives are not racist again. I've told that a lot. Conservatives are not the racists. You know, Democratic Party, they're the real racists. BPS Slick says, "I'll be sacking up criminals for the next 4 years." What are you going to do, BPS Slick? You a cop or something? Steezy Goon says, "Thoughts on call centers?" Steezy Goon, I'm not Indian. Epstein didn't kill himself, then said, "Then stop with the malpractice suits on doctors. Hold them accountable, but suits get rich, raise, process for all." I never made a lawsuit against a doctor. Epstein didn't kill himself. But I can assure you that's not the reason why healthcare is expensive. You see, are you guys for or against Medicare for all since you guys want to make America healthy again? I'm assuming you guys are for it. I'm for it. It will save money and save lives. Oven says, why is every Democrat a smug jackass? I'm not really, I don't think I'm being smug here. I'm just being, I'm just answering questions. Oven says, "You guys lost." Yes, and you guys lost in 2020, and you guys then did a riot in the Capitol. People win and lose elections. BPS says, "He's a federal agent. Save your own life." What do you mean by that? Like you're saying against Medicare for all, just save your own life. You know, just don't get cancer. Don't get diabetes. Dylan says, "Make America great." And then he says again, "Make America great. We love Donald Trump." Dylan says, "Make America great again." Eden says, "No way I stumbled upon the first left-wing grifter. Go, buddy. You do good deeds." Well, I don't think I'm really grifting. Grifting would imply I'm faking something. This is just my views. Prodigious Investments say you still want Harris. Harris lost. And the fact that Harris is still on your mind says a little bit more about you. I'm talking about the current president-elect of the United States and his policies. Notice how you guys really aren't bringing up policy. Steezy Goon brings up more Indian jokes. BP Slick says, "Get a job with healthcare. Yes, type 2 diabetes is something you deserve from life choices." Yeah, BP Slick, what about type 1? Prodigious Investment says, "Just answer my question. Prodigious Investment, is the election happening right now?" Epstein says, "Harris border policy is trash." You know, Epstein, I agree with you. She was far too right-wing. I'd rather have a border policy which makes it a hell of a lot easier to immigrate, a much more efficient system, and a system that makes it so illegal immigration is not incentivized. Dr. Smokey says, "How about spending more than we bring in revenue?" Dr. Smokey, you understand Donald Trump literally did that. He cut revenue because he did tax cuts in which 83% went to the top 1%. And then he increased spending on things like the military and so on and so forth. Why should it be easy to immigration? To other countries, it's hard. Because immigration is good for the economy. And if somebody's willing to work, they should just get their background checked, see they have a good background, let them get to work. And for the people that have been here, the 80% or so of illegal immigrants that have been working here for 10 years, they should be able to become citizens. It's not really that hard of a challenge. Dr. Smokey, if you don't think Donald Trump increased the deficit, you are literally just been living under a rock. You can search that on Google. I advise you to. Just search the federal deficit year by year and just look at Donald Trump's years. It rose every single year of Donald Trump's presidency. Missy says, "A border policy that's not a slap in the face to previous immigrants whose road was not easy here." Missy Marie, if we, for example, found a vaccine that cured cancer, is it a slap in the face that people that get to take the vaccine will never get cancer? Meanwhile, there are people that had cancer that no longer have it because they went through the tough road? No. We shouldn't be concerned with just protecting an inefficient and slow system just because other people went through it. We should be improving the system, period. Border, I would agree with you. Make it a bit easier and faster. Illegals are messed up. I wouldn't say illegals are messed up, James Freria. People just come here illegally if the option is wait for decades or come here now and get to work and make some money. And by the way, when they're undocumented, they still add to the economy. From sales tax every single time they buy something, to tax coming out of their paycheck, and so on and so forth. And they don't even get the benefits. They can't sign up for Social Security, and so on and so forth. Dr. Smokey says Congress passed the COVID Act, which increased the deficit. Dr. Smokey, the deficit was increasing before COVID. 760 area code. What's on your mind?
I like Trump. I like a lot of his policies.
Okay.
What I like most about everything is that he's helping the middle class. Such as
I don't
myself.
believe that.
24 years old, barely.
Yeah, I don't believe
sophomore in
he's
college.
helping them. I don't believe he's helping the middle class, my friend.
I've made more money under Trump than I have with anybody else.
Yeah,
I've done my research.
I can't speak for your life, but what I can say here is that in 2017,
Yeah.
his biggest legislative accomplishment was the 2017 tax cuts for the rich. 83% went to the top 1%. It didn't benefit us. It rose the deficit dramatically. From a conservative, fiscally responsible
Yes, I saw
perspective, we
that.
should be
I
disgusted
saw
by
that.
that. Right?
I agree with that. I saw that. But you know what the best part about all of that is?
What?
Is that he's trying to get rid of Asians.
Oh, yeah. Tell me again how the Republicans are not the party of racists, right?
I don't know. I'm black, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you're black, definitely. So getting rid of Asians,
And
right?
Mexicans.
Getting rid of Asians and
No, I
Mexicans.
love Asians.
So now you love Asians. Yeah, so Donald Trump's going to screw you if you're a working
No,
class
he's
person.
not.
Unless you're part of the top 1%, which maybe you are, then maybe you'll get another tax cut. But his new tax plan,
Nah.
which he's discussed about, there was an analysis that found that 95% of people would see their taxes raised except for the top 5%. You down for that?
Well, I'm in school for economy.
You're in school for economy. So you don't want to. So I'm assuming you understand
So
that
I
raising.
kinda,
Wait, one
my
second.
job is
There's
to
a
figure
call.
this-
Wait, one
Okay,
second. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna put you in, but I'm talking to someone right now. I'll switch over to you when it's done. All right? Okay. So yeah, you study the economy, so you understand about how income inequality has risen so dramatically because of the policies that this country has been putting onto the people since the 70s, right? Since the neoliberal era
This
began.
growing population, yes. This extremely fast growing population, yes. I do.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you're not a big fan of trickle-down economics because we know that doesn't work. It doesn't trickle down.
Right. Nope,
Yeah,
it does not work.
yeah. Okay, so glad we agree on that. Unfortunately, Donald Trump has continued that and will continue that. And we've seen the largest redistribution of wealth from the bottom to the top 1% that we've seen in the last 40 or so years. And Donald Trump has done nothing to change that. In fact, he made good promises in 2016. He said he would bring back the jobs in manufacturing.
Yeah.
He didn't. He said he would end the bad trade deals that outsourced the jobs. He didn't do that.
Right, okay.
And he said he would do an infrastructure plan. He didn't do that.
Okay.
So
Yep.
those were the few good promises he made, and he failed to do it. All he did was sort of George W. Bush on steroids.
Right. Yeah, it's not more than half the government and a virus, came upon part of the election. I mean,
you understand he had a record before COVID, right?
A record of what?
Hold on 1 second. The person's calling again. Hello, I'm gonna put you in after I finish this conversation with this other person. Oh, okay. Huh? What happened there? Okay, don't know what happened to the callers. Well, if you're watching the stream and you were one of those callers, feel free to call back. Anyway, I guess I'll finish the point. Oh, person's calling again. 509 area code. Were you the one I was just talking to, or were you the caller that called twice and then dropped? Hello?
You had me on hold.
Yeah, I put you on hold because I was talking to another person, but I said I was going to put somebody in. But that person seemed to drop as well, so what's on your mind, buddy? Okay. Jack Edits, I know what you're doing. You're trying to find the location of the phone number. This is Google Voice. I could pick a literal address from anywhere in the world. Cross Solo says Trump's only been in politics for 4 years, but crickets when it comes to career politicians. No, I can criticize Joe Biden. Joe Biden supported Israel during his presidency without conscience, without reason. And he's a bitch for that. Donald Trump was president and he has a record. And his record is bitch made. 807 area code. What's on your mind? Again. Republicans are not the party of racists. Tell me again how the Democrats are the party of the racists. Right? Oh, they founded the Klan. They were part of the Confederacy. Who's the party that supports the Confederate flag? Prodigious Investment said, I asked you if you want Kamala. And your response was, is the election still happening? Followed by gaslighting. Saying the fact that you're bringing it up says a lot more about you, but you have no problem talking about Trump. Prodigious Investments, Trump is the president-elect. I can talk about his record. This is America. We have freedom of speech, right? Jack Edits says, bro, shut your scam-calling Lingling computer virus self up. Thank you, Jack Edits. Epstein says, Democrats. Andriel says, pathetic, disgruntled little man. Andriel, feel free to make an argument. SND Rook says, was that racist music? You call everything racism. No, it's, you guys are calling me Indian when I'm not even Indian, and you're assuming that, like, playing Indian music is the punchline. Boom, 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 boom. Denzel Washington says, you don't care about Joe Biden's record. We don't talk about Joe Biden's record. Yeah, I talk about Joe Biden's record. I don't know if you just got here, but I literally criticized Joe Biden's record on Israel. He's been an Israel hawk, and that's a bad thing. Joe Biden says, or Donald Trump says he wants to do more Israel hawkery bullshit. 443
Hello?
area code. What's on your mind?
Hey, I seem like someone you can have a actual discourse with, even if we disagree.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd hit you up on it.
All right.
Well, you were saying that you want immigration to be easier, correct?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Well, if you're willing to work, we should do a background check. If you're good, then you're good. Then you should get to work. And if we had a faster and more efficient system with more people hired to do those background checks, we can also weed out the criminals faster. We shouldn't have a system where somebody comes, they say, I want to be a citizen or I want to seek asylum, and then you give them a court date, which then you let them go out to do whatever they want. They should be able to come, you do a background check, all right, you're good, let's work on getting you that citizenship. And
Other
we're the richest
countries have
country
that
in the
background
world.
check done before you come.
We're the richest country in the world. I mean, sure, if you want to do it before you come, sure, I'm down with that. You just got to do it fast.
And you come into a port of entry, and you
1
declare
second.
yourself a U.S. citizen.
Hold on. 509 area code. No, that's the prick from before. Yeah. Come to a port of entry. Do that. Yeah. But unfortunately, we have a slow system where it could take decades to become a citizen, even if you have nothing bad in your background. And ultimately, if you're poor and desperate or in danger, you're encouraged to come here illegally if we have an inefficient system. But I think we are in agreement that we should make it more efficient if we want a better process, right?
Now, when they come over here, and it's essentially cheap labor, so
yeah, we should make them legal. We should make them legal citizens.
Process.
We should make them legal citizens in order that so that they can enjoy the same labor rights as an American citizen.
Yes, by having them flood over here en masse waters down the labor market, preventing Americans from getting fair wages. Why pay an American $20?
I haven't seen much
$10?
research indicating that wages have been hurt by immigration. In fact, the research that I have seen shows that pretty much every group benefits from legal and illegal immigration when it comes to their finances. The only group that's hurt is the folks that are small percentage of folks with no high school education. And for those people, I mean, we can help those people in other ways. We can help them get opportunities in other ways. We can have a strong social safety net and so on and so
needs
forth.
To be fixed.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can do all those things.
I'm for expediting this, and I know some other people here have, said some stuff, but not all Republicans are anywhere close to being racist. Most Republicans, ironically, aren't even conservatives, which is funny. I don't know how they call themselves Republicans when they're not conservatives. But just like some Democrats are Democrat in name only,
Yeah.
sadly, a lot of
Oh, oops. Hello? You there?
Please leave your message for
want to only focus on race and everything else, when the way it should be is the content of your character and what you put out.
Yeah,
So-
I don't generally talk much about race unless, specifically the conversation is racial issues. But if we can make it so that people just have an opportunity, period, no matter their background, all I want is the starting line equal, so that if
Now,
you
you
put in
said
hard work,
about-
that would be good.
You said about trickle-down economics. Well,
Yeah.
the inverse of that would be Keynesian economics from Obama, which did not work.
No. I mean,
either.
Obama did not fundamentally change the sort of neoliberal economic system we've been living in since the 80s.
Capitalism has freed more than anyone else.
I'm not saying we
And-
get rid of capitalism, but there is alternatives within capitalism than neoliberal economics.
Yes, we need to do away with lobbyists. We need to do away with
Yes.
APAC. We need to do away
Yes.
with everyone else having their foot on these politicians who are insider trading. So if we can
100%.
do,
We
we
should
don't
ban
even need
insider
term
trading.
limits.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with you
we
there
don't,
too.
We don't need a term limit. If the people vote a ham sandwich in, the people vote a ham sandwich in. But that
Yes.
ham sandwich shouldn't make laws on stocks that they hold. And this
Yes.
is the uniparty issue. It's not Republican or Democrat. And I'm a very staunch conservative, but I can reach across the table and come up with basic common sense things on, hey, I can streamline the immigration system, but only X amount of people need to come a year. It doesn't need to be millions and thousands on these dangerous caravans that are being used by drug lords and human traffickers and everything else.
Yeah. Well, I think we're mostly in agreement that there are some fields we can agree on. We should get rid of the corruption. We should get rid of the lobbyists. We should get rid of APAC. We should get rid of insider trading for politicians. We should make it illegal. 100% agree with you. And I think money is at the core of so much of our problems, whether we're talking about healthcare, whether we're talking about education, et cetera, et cetera. I do think that when it comes to the practical steps to actually lower the immigration, it would come with having these Central and South American countries being more stable and livable places so people don't leave. I also think, again, one of the best parts about the United States is that we do have a consistent flow of immigration, unlike places like China, Japan, or much of Europe who are struggling with things like birth rates. Again, not every country in Europe, but there are some European countries that are struggling with that. But again, China has created a sort of artificial population problem. And they will, unfortunately, I don't know what they're going to do. But in America, we luckily have a stream of young, ready-to-work immigrants. And they will support our social safety net for years to come. But I'm glad that we can agree on the corruption stuff. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah, it's extremely corrupt. And I was in D.C. during COVID. It's extremely corrupt. $20 million to the Kennedy Center and a COVID bill because you're stuffing everything with pork in there.
Yeah,
Like,
100%.
there's common sense approaches like single issue bills that can be easily done.
Yeah.
And we used to tar and feller politicians, and we started this whole country over a 3-cent stamp tax. But people are here talking about a sugar tax.
Yeah, somebody
That's
in chat
crazy.
brought up the sugar tax. They were like, make America healthy again. The RFK types are getting a little silly, huh?
He has decent points. I'm not a big RFK fan. I think he's a little too socialist for my liking. But you can make food. They put corn syrup in everything. Corn syrup is extremely unhealthy. There's better ways to do it.
Yeah.
Red dye, everything else. It's derivative from bad things that they don't have in other countries. I don't know if you've traveled abroad, but I have, and their food
I've
tastes
seen.
a lot better.
Yeah. I mean, I was in the Philippines in a Sparrows, that Italian restaurant they have at the mall, and the Filipino chain did not have a hell of a lot of oil on it, and I could actually taste the food a lot better compared to the Sparrows here, which is filled, or if they flood the fucking strombolis into pieces with oil, you could literally like put a piece of paper on it and it'll get fucking soaked, and that won't even get all the oil off. So I mean, there's practical things we could do to change our foods in America to make it a little healthier. I do think our big steps to actually improving health in America, like infant mortality and mortality in general, increasing the lifespan, would be moving towards something like universal health care, which is overwhelmingly popular, which would save lives and save money.
The reason why I'm against that is about to retire from active duty military.
Mm-hmm.
Our healthcare is universal. We represent America. We are 1% of all Americans. We are diverse, have all kinds of problems, just like Americans.
Yeah.
Within that, we all get the same healthcare.
Yep.
It's universal healthcare. And I've seen people have to wait a year for a treatment. Every 4 years, they bring up the veterans' healthcare. Why would I want to perpetrate this on the rest of the American people where it's failed in Canada and other places?
No, I wouldn't say it failed in Canada and other places. There's rankings and ways people look at us, look at healthcare systems. We're never ranked among the top.
Why not just make it fair and affordable?
Yeah, well, that would be putting too much faith in the market. And if we want to do that, I mean, there is the public option that much of the more establishment liberals propose, which is essentially just making a competing company run by the government for healthcare. But that's hoping that the market forces would sort of drive the prices down through competition. The
guy who made the polio vaccine gave it away for free.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be a fan of the public option because it is just a competing company and it's putting too much faith in the market. I want universal health care because it would save lives and save money. There's been research that found that if universal health care was present during COVID, we would have saved lives. Even before that, it was found that 68,000 or so. It ranges, it fluctuates, but tens of thousands of people, above 50,000, die every single year because of lack of health insurance. So not even a arena of people, but a fairly large stadium of people dying every single year. So we have wait lines in America. It's just if you're too broke, your wait line is forever. Now, there is the alternative, the emergency room, but using your emergency room as primary care is both bad for the healthcare system and not really the best for you. And then when there are people with health insurance in America, we have so much underinsured people. We have people that ration their insulin, which ends up killing them. We have people that are getting robbed, essentially, by their insurance companies and with their medical conditions. We have medical debt like the world's never seen. Medical bankruptcies are the main reasons why people go bankrupt in America. So we have a horribly broken system. I understand your experience with the VA is flawed, but I imagine, though, that the solution would not be to tell our veterans, all right, we hear your problems. We're going to get rid of the VA. We're going to have no health care for you guys. Good luck. That would be not good to them. That wouldn't be fair. We got to give our troops the best we can.
There's a common sense middle approach, and I think that's where the answer to most things are. Being very conservative, if my mind wasn't open to some liberal ideas, I wouldn't come up with a solution that's in the middle. Nothing's perfect. It's never going to make anyone happy, but we can come up with something in the middle which helps the disparaged, people at the lower end, like some of these people who immigrate here illegally and they need help or something like that versus, Bill Gates, right? There needs to be things done at that end. And I'm not talking a redistribution of wealth or any socialist crap like that, but there's ways that they amassed their wealth that is not okay whatsoever. And other people in the government have taken advantage of those things, like Nancy Pelosi. Lindsey Graham is another one. Like I said, they're on both sides. They're dirty.
Yeah.
But we, like the other young gentleman who called you, under Trump, people saw that directly reflected in their bank account.
Hold on. I'm gonna put someone on hold and I'm gonna come back to you. All right? Hello, I'm gonna put you on hold for now. I'm gonna go back to the person I was talking to. So, sorry, you were saying.
Is what I was saying is, what was I saying?
You said the other gentleman said that there was positive effects under Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. Basically, what he was making and spending in his bank account. That reflect with most of Americans. That's why Trump won the popular vote along with the electorals, which hasn't been done in
So
eons.
I
At
think
least not in my life.
the unfortunate truth about the Trump economy is the unfortunate truth about the Obama economy, right? There's the constant line that Trump inherited a good economy from Obama, and in the macroeconomic level, sure, he did. The stock market was up, job numbers were, or unemployed numbers were going down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those are positive things, right? But unfortunately, with this sort of neoliberal era of politics that did continue under Obama and did continue under Donald Trump, we still had tax bills which were overwhelmingly written to favor the top 1%. We still had 60% of people or so living paycheck to paycheck. There was a reason why Donald Trump got in, right? Because even with a quote-unquote decent economy at the macroeconomic level, people were still mad about their situation, right? And people's situations genuinely did not change much unless you were a Wall Street investor or one of the people that benefit from the tax plan, which most people weren't. You know, in regards to Wall Street, I remember yesterday I talked to a guy who was actually one of the more polite people, right? But he was he made us he said Social Security, instead of having Social Security, we should have some sort of a pension tied to the Wall Street. And I'm like, no, I disagree with that. I don't think Wall Street's stable enough to depend your retirement on. And we just need a more direct thing there.
Social Security is just something that Congress dips into to line their own pockets. It's being misused. If the American people could take that money that is...
Social Security is one of the only programs that has never missed a paycheck and never missed a single date.
Correct, but they're always talking about doing away with it because they're borrowing against it, and they shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Oh, 100%.
Creating imaginary money and all the other stuff that they're doing can eventually lead to the downfall of Social Security, which would be horrible. But
You're
if the Americans
betting against
were...
it, like in the market?
They're basically, when they need money, they can take it from Social Security. It's been borrowed against before. I don't think it should ever be borrowed against. That money should be in a vault somewhere for when that person goes. But if this individual, if our education system was a lot better than it is, took that same amount of money and invested it from the moment they started working, they wouldn't need to work again from any age, let alone 65.
Yeah, well, this
Americans
is the thing,
are
right?
living longer.
You
can have that argument to push that age up.
Yeah, this is the thing. I would not recommend, again, like you said, you want a better education system before you would expect Americans to start tying their money to investments and so on and so forth. When we look at the time where Social Security was made, it was a time where the market had failed the people in a dramatic way, and people were in poverty. And the moment it was made, pretty much all of the elderly were lifted out of poverty. Right now, I was looking at this data point yesterday. I think 20 million people, 22 million people or so, of people are lifted out of poverty today or prevented from entering poverty today because of Social Security. So I understand that there are flaws with Social Security, but there are ways we can improve it, right? We can get rid of the cap.
Correct. Social
we can
Security
make sure
is
it
a great
lasts longer.
program.
Yes, yeah. So I think we're in agreement that it should be protected at least. And we should probably, make sure that people can't bet against it. We should make sure that it's made much more stable by getting rid of the cap,
Correct.
which will make it last longer.
But
yeah.
What do you say about the stocks skyrocketing the November 6th?
I mean, the stocks were doing well beforehand. I don't feel like the stocks really reflect much on the American people. At the end of the day, I think half of all wealth in the stock market, wealth generated, goes to the top 1%. It's not exactly the common man's playground.
Yes,
right?
but it's seen elsewhere. Trickle down does happen.
No, it doesn't, man. It doesn't happen.
If a company does well,
they
tend to reward their employees. They intend to employ more people. This is the trickle down I'm talking about, not money coming from the 1% down to Joe Schmo.
We used to have a system in place, the more New Deal type of system, not exactly New Deal, but the post-New Deal era, when we saw the greatest expansion of the middle class, when we saw corporate profits growing, CEO profits growing, but also workers' wages growing with them. But there was a point in the 70s and the 80s where we saw union membership go down, where we saw productivity of workers go up, and in turn, CEO pay goes up and corporate profits go up, but the wages stay stagnant. And we just seen wealth in this country. The top 1% grew their wealth 200 something percent since the 70s. The top 0.1% grew their wealth 400% since the 70s. And the bottom 90%, we grew our wealth 28%. And of course, inflation has grown in that time significantly higher than 28%. So it didn't really trickle down to us. Sure, there's a lot more money being created, but we have income inequality worse than even the Gilded Age. And honestly, that's obviously going to be bad for workers, but that's going to be worse for the bosses when the people get too hungry. Because it was Roosevelt that said this. I mean, all the authoritarians of the world, the dictatorships, the reason they're able to exist is when people are hungry, people are starving, people are not doing well. They rather sacrifice their freedoms in turn if they're able to be given a filled stomach. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Ants is a great movie for that. If people
Yeah.
were to wake up that their government does not like them, we could overthrow them in 2 days flat. But the problem is gladiatorial. Give them a show and the people will forget. So let's throw Diddy in there, or let's throw this, or let's say conservative or liberal, and then we fight amongst each other instead of saying, hey, Uncle Sam, you threw these things in this bill. Why are you stealing my money? Why is my money going to Ukraine or Israel or these illegals that are coming here instead of Flint, Michigan?
Well, I would say
I think that's a big disparity.
Would say this. I think that the people in Ukraine who are being invaded, or the immigrants that have been here, 80% of all illegal immigrants have been here for over a decade. And they've been here working. They've been here on our farms. 40% of agriculture is worked on by undocumented folks. Those people are not the ones robbing us, right? The people robbing us are the Elon Musk, the Jeff Bezos, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that buy our politicians.
What about George Soros?
And they get, yes, George Soros as well.
Okay.
Any of those billionaires. And by the way, did you know that Donald Trump put a George Soros advisor, a close advisor, into his cabinet, or at least nominated him?
Correct. He might have got my
unfortunate.
vote, but there's plenty of things that he's done that I do not like bump stock bans. The Second Amendment is absolute. Yeah, they're unalienable rights.
Those people, the George Soros, the Bezos, the Musk, those are the people that have been kind of robbing us dry. The military-industrial complex and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, at least I could say with Biden, which is why I voted for Kamala, there was a National Labor Relations Board that made a fair playing field for unions to organize, to do a strike, etc., 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 and negotiate. And unions like the United Auto Workers actually did get improved benefits and a better deal for their workers after a strike. That happened under Biden. The National Labor Relations Board under Trump back in 2016 would definitely not be for that. We had a FTC run by Lena Khan, who's gotten praise from Republicans for her antitrust work, her anti-monopoly work. And unfortunately, I think that that's going to be going away for us.
I mean, some of these unions need to be busted up, too. If you look at some of the issues with the teacher union or the
wait, one moment.
strike.
Sorry, I'm going to put someone on hold real quick. I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to continue talking to the person. I'll talk to you after. All right? I'll see you soon. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yes. So, you made an interesting point about the teachers' unions and the dock workers.
I mean, yeah, the dock workers just wanted, a 65% wage increase when they're gatekeepers in a lot of these jobs?
I think it's good that these unions exist, you know. I think, for example, the dock workers, it's great that we actually have some unions in industries that matter, you know.
But then the price of our goods goes up and our dollar gets watered down more.
No. I mean, they threatened to strike, they got some benefits, and they didn't do the strike, right? Ultimately, strikes are the power of the workers. Labor is the product which regular workers sell, essentially. That's how we got to look at it. So unions are essentially saying, well, your product has value, so let's make sure that you're compensated for the work that you do. And as a result of them threatening a strike, they didn't even really have to go on strike, or if they did, it was for like one day. They got benefits, 60% wage increase, you said? I don't know if that's exactly true, but that's a great thing if that's the case.
I know that's what they asked for, but the strike was put on hold, and it will possibly take place again in the spring of 2025. But
yeah, so I would hope the
always,
bosses are able to give them an increase. Of course, it doesn't have to be the thing they directly ask for, but that's what negotiations are. You water it down, you find something in the middle, right? So that's unions at work the way I want it to be. Workers actually getting to pressure the
right
bosses.
to protest, to strike, freedom of speech, guns, everything. They're absolute. They're unalienable rights that were given to us by a higher power, and it's something that our government was the first in the world to recognize. And
Yes.
due to these things, we can have this great conversation. We can hold our government accountable. It irks me when people are like, oh, I don't like guns, but you want all the cops to have guns and you don't like cops. To me, it's crazy, especially as a veteran. I've seen how other governments have done these things. And my issue with unions is, one, they're gatekeepers, so they do keep people out. Two, sometimes, just like they did in the past, they're hustlers and everything else. And sometimes they keep progress.
I think the thing
There's
that
some
gatekeeps
things
people
you can
from getting
prune,
work, I think the thing that really gatekeep people from getting work is, like, for example, with our manufacturing industry, a lot of manufacturing has a sort of strong union base, and when the jobs itself, the factories itself, got shipped overseas, so did the jobs, and there's just less opportunity. There's less reason to go into manufacturing. We've been seeing a reversal of that trend, so that's good. And hopefully we see more unions grow from it. But another example you gave was teachers' unions. I've worked in education. It is not hard to get into education. They have a lot of need for... One second, I'm going to put someone on hold. I'll come right back to you. I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to continue the conversation I'm having, and I'll go to you afterwards, all right? Thank you. But like I was saying, it is not hard to enter the education field, whether we're talking about becoming a regular teacher or becoming a substitute, especially a substitute, or whatever. The union is not trying to prevent people from coming in, but the union at least gives those teachers benefits and representation that a lot of people in a lot of fields don't have. And we see it in the data. If you're a union member, you're likely to have better pay, better benefits compared to non-union workers. So, but...
Yeah, I hear you. It was actually great having a rare, nice conversation with someone on the other side of the pond.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
As far as ideologically, I just wanted to say that thing on the rights because I saw someone in there say, hey, your rights have limits. Your rights absolutely do not have any limits. And the government steps on your rights all the time. Look at stop and search in New York. It's appalling.
Yeah.
So
and you
know your rights. Stand up for your rights.
You know, even in areas where we disagree, let's say universal health care, right? I want to see universal health care. You want to see something more in between. And it's fair for us to disagree. But I think our motivations are similar because I think, frankly, if people have more universal health care, or if people have health care, period, they have an ability to actually get to where they deserve based on their merit, based on their work. And they're much more free from the burden of something like disease or cancer or diabetes, type 1 diabetes, for example. You don't choose to get type 1 diabetes. So I think freedom and rights, we both agree on it. We need to expand it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But, all right, I see this other dude's been waiting on hold. I'll let you go, man. It's good talk.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Hello. What's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going? You're
good.
talking to Chance.
Chance, what's up? Make sure you don't put your number. I don't know if that was you putting the asterisk or YouTube censored it. Maybe you put
Oh,
it
no,
there?
I put the X's in it, yeah.
Okay.
Ain't no way I want anyone to... I'm fine with people knowing the area I live, but ain't no way I'm putting my information online.
It was funny, this phone number, I made it on Google Voice. I put, like, Miami. And somebody was putting some different city. As if they were like, oh, we got you, bro. We're doxing you, bro. And it's like, you're trying, but
yeah,
you're wrong.
I I run a medium-sized company here in Idaho, and it's crazy what people will do to try and get your information, man.
Yeah.
Like we deal with scammers. Like it blows my mind what people are willing to do. But anyways, that's a different topic. But
Yeah.
And the last gentleman that you were talking to, one of the things he had brought up was the topic of illegal immigrants, and you had said that 80% of them have been here for over a decade, and I agree with you on that. And
Yeah.
I actually would be fine. And just for total clarification, I would classify myself as intellectual MAGA. I would never be caught dead at one of the rallies. I think that they are, for the vast majority, very, very. I consider them on the lower end of the intellectual pool, and let me defend that.
Yeah.
The problem, when they go around talking about crime and illegal immigrants doing this and illegal immigrants doing that, the numbers don't actually add up when you look at the crime statistics from the FBI.
100%.
My main issue with illegal immigration is the outside representation in the House of Congress. So if you bring in a bunch of illegal immigrants and they go to California, when they do the census, the illegal immigrants, they take part in the census. And they don't have to mark down whether or not they're a citizen. And if you have an explosive population in, say, California, and 18 million of them are actually illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants, well, California can end up with 4 extra congressional seats because of that. And these people can't vote. They're not actually part of our system. But California and these big Democrat cities that are considered sanctuary cities, they get larger representation in Congress without actually having the citizenry to represent them. So I would actually be fine with not deporting any of them, as long as we said, hey, when we do the census, you have to mark down whether or not you are a citizen, and you have to prove it. And then we can adjust the representation in Congress accordingly. Because as it sits right now, the estimates is at the lowest end that California has 4 extra congressional seats because of illegal immigration. On the highest end, it's 8. I think it's probably closer to 5, at least from all the research I've done into it. I think it's closer to 5 because we do have a lot of illegal immigrants who come in and then become citizens over time. And I think that some of these studies aren't taking account for that. So I think it's probably closer to 5 extra congressional seats because of illegal immigration. But I think you could agree that's huge.
It's pretty big, and again, you probably heard my position throughout this stream. I want these people, if they're doing work, if they're not doing nothing wrong, to have the chance to become citizens as fast as possible. And based on what you're describing, I imagine also Texas would probably lose a good portion of their 3 of their electoral votes. Probably same with Arizona and New Mexico. It'd be very interesting to see what happens there. But my main priority is making sure that if you're a good citizen and you're doing work, that you can become an official citizen. And you mentioned like 18 million or so undocumented folks that might be living in California. I don't know if that's the case, because I know last time I was doing research, which is fairly recently, the total number is 11 million. Of course, there's different types of immigrants that aren't citizens, right? There's people here that are here legally, but they're not a full-on American citizens, and it's like a different type of status, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think so that might be part of that 18 million number that you were thinking of. Those people
from what I've
be
seen,
made
it's
into citizens, I think.
It's transient. So what it is it's down in Tijuana. So in Tijuana, there is no real polite way to say it. It is smuggling operations of people, and it's not as bad as some people want to sound. But it is a large portion of people, and they come in and they're there, but they're only there for about 2 to 3 years before they cycle out because they don't want to get caught. And so the quantity of people don't change, but they're very difficult to track. The transient numbers of people that are here for a not above the book job from the cartel, if that makes any sense. Those people are very difficult to track.
It was interesting. I was watching this video. I think Robert Reich, who was a former Secretary of Labor, if it was him that made it, I'm not 100% sure. But they were talking about kind of how Mexican immigration was in America for so many decades. And it kind of was like a lot of people that were Mexicans would come here for growing season, do farm work, get paid, and then they would just go back to Mexico. But then we made it a lot tougher to come in and come out. Of course, it's not like perfectly closed, but I don't think it'll ever be perfectly closed. But we just made it tougher. I mean, I had a Spanish teacher in high school that said, when she lived in Texas, they used to just go to Mexico to just hang out, do things. Now you can't really do that.
My family, we had we still have it. I don't run it though. My dad still does. We have quite a large, and very funny. The dude from Idaho's dad has a potato farm. Yes, everyone get your laughs out. But we had quite the operation. It's downsized, but we used to run 2,200 acres of potato farms. Now we're down to a little over 1,100.
Yeah.
But and we did back in the 1990s, in the 1980s. A lot of our workers were illegal immigrants, and that was just common. That's who wanted to do the job. The funny thing is that that's becoming less and less, and then as automation in the farming industry increases, the need for that labor is going to go down, and that's another thing that I wish we need to have that conversation, because one of the things that liberals talk about is, hey, they do the jobs that no one wants to do. Well, pretty soon those jobs actually won't exist. I'm giving it about another 15 years. And I mean, as it is right now, it depends on the crop you're growing, but potatoes are 100%, they can be done, 2,200 acres can be done by one man.
Yeah. With machine.
And that's crazy when you really think about it. Like, that's actually bonkers. But
that is wild. Yeah.
And depending on the crops, like if you're growing like topped corn, you do need some workers, but not as many as you did in the past. And that's going to go away with automation. And John Deere's a crazy company, but as automation comes around, as automation goes on, we aren't going to need the agricultural jobs like we used to need. I foresee the biggest need in work coming up to us here, and the next generation is actually being in the housing building industry. I think that if there's,
I see that.
I don't care if you're liberal or conservative. If you're listening to this right now and you're like 20 years old and you want to know how to make a ridiculous amount of money, go to school for an architectural engineering degree, and you will be a very rich person, because what this country desperately needs is housing, and we're going to. That is going to be the future low skill, labor job is going to be construction. And I'm fine with illegals being here for it. That's what my company is. I run a cabinet company. I'm a cabinet designer. And we have a bunch of illegals who work for us, and I love them. They're great guys. But I don't, and just to kind of circle back to what I talked about earlier, I don't like the outside representation that states can get because of it. And they fight that on purpose. I mean, the reason why California specifically fought Trump so hard on the last census, the 2020 census, on not having the citizen question, was because California didn't want to lose their congressional seats. That's the only reason why. It's the only reason why. And I think that Democrats and Republicans can have a rational conversation on that, because the bigwigs in the Republican Party who really know what's up, they know that this is what they're upset about. The Democrats also know that this is what they're upset about, but they go to their voters and they say, oh my goodness, the Republicans are saying these people are rapists, and the Republicans go, oh my goodness, these people are killing our children. And they rile up their base. Both of the actual people that are in D.C., they know what the actual problem is, and they know why they're fighting for their party side. And the Democrats want the congressional seats, and the Republicans don't want the congressional seats. And I wish we could just treat Americans like intelligent people and have that real conversation.
Yeah, I think from I'm a Democrat, registered Democrat, and I would say I'm among the more progressive Democrats, right? I do think I do personally have issue with like how illegal immigrants might be talked about or treated, especially by Republicans, right? The constant fear mongering about them. Not a fan of that. But you do make an interesting point about the representation, right? And I would say, I guess a counterpoint. This isn't. I'm not like trying to like make a bold claim here, but I guess a counterpoint to your perspective is, while these like undocumented people might not be officially citizens, I'm sure a lot of them would want to become, but they're just it's a very slow and inefficient process. While a lot of them might not be citizens, they are nonetheless affected by policies done on the state level, on the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, for example, even though they don't have the right to vote, they are at least represented in the congressional districts. Now it makes for a weird situation where you're like, well, these
But
people
they aren't represented.
yeah, they aren't represented
They're
because they
not
don't have the
voting.
right to vote. Exactly, right? So that's why I would
Mm-hmm.
then say we ought to really work towards actually just making them citizens, and then we wouldn't really have this issue, of like outside representation.
My only fear with that is that if we allow it's how Rome collapsed. So Rome brought in people from all over the world, and then they allowed them to vote in their systems, and those people who didn't consider themselves Roman voted in their best interests. They're like their cliques. They voted in their best interests, and it slowly caused the decay of Rome.
Mm-hmm.
And America's system works when people want to come here and be Americans. Like, it's a cool place we live. You can be German American, you can be Asian American, you can be Mexican American, you can be African American, but at the end of the day, you are American, and you choose. Like people who come here they're hopefully choosing to be American.
Yeah.
But if we make the process really, really easy, like really, really easy to become an American, they will vote in their best interest to make it easier for more people to become American. And if we do that too fast, and they vote with their interest of getting their family here and their friends here as fast as they can, and our population explodes, we won't be able to support the growth. Like, we have to be reasonable about it.
The thing I would say to that is, I mean, we would see if the population explodes. I mean, the population might explode, because, well, there's predictions of climate refugees in the decades to come. So much of the global north and the richer countries, so China included in there, and definitely the United States, will obviously be a destination for a lot of the folks in the global south who see, like, their homes destroyed, their cities destroyed, et cetera, to come. One of the benefits I think we get we have a fairly, I think, consistent growth. At least we have continued growth, right? We haven't really had an explosion in a long time like we had, say, in the 19th century or in the 20th century with the boomers, right? But we have had we've had growth where we haven't had to worry, for example, like, is our young still, or are we still going to have a young working population able to support the social safety net? Right, we haven't had
which I think personally just needs to be blown up. I
disagree with
sorry
that.
for changing that. Like, we need to destroy Social Security. Like, we need to look at it and say, okay, people over 45 get it. Everyone under 45 doesn't get it. And I'm not saying they don't get it. I'm saying we have to replace the system, because the current system of the youngest generation supports the oldest generation doesn't work when the youngest generation isn't having 4 kids per couple. It just mathematically it doesn't
I understand
work.
that. The thing is, in this country though, that makes us different than, say, most countries, is we continue to have that sort of upside down mushroom shape in that graph of the ages, compared to, like, say, China, who might have that mushroom shape because the older population is just much bigger. Because we have immigration, our birth rates, which are pretty similar to like much of, like, Europe's or Japan's or whatever, most of the developed world. It just seems to be this constant thing. Like, if your country's developed, you're just going to have smaller birth rates. There's been a lot of efforts to change that in some of these countries, but I don't know if there's much they could do unless they literally fucking, like, open farms or some shit. They can give as much tax credits as possible, but that's pretty fucked up. I'd rather just have immigration, which America is kind of blessed that we are bordering a lot of countries and we are a destination where people want to go, and we will continue to sort of have that flow and have that young working population to do it. And the way you actually, there's the notion that Social Security is running dry, when that's really not the case. We could lift the cap, which would bring a lot more money. We still have a tremendous amount of money in the reserves. They usually talk like, oh, it's going to go dry by 2050. Well, that's assuming we do nothing to change the way it gets the money. There's pretty practical solutions to make sure our Social Security system continues, and it's one of the only few systems that have never, ever had, like, a sort of lapse, that have never missed a payment, that have never missed a check, and it keeps 20-something million people out of poverty. And I gotta say, real quick, it's very interesting. I'm looking at chat. Wintermelon and Epstein didn't kill himself are having one hell of a debate.
Okay, well, if you need to, I can't see it because, I'm talking on the phone. Phone's up to my ear. But if you want to switch over and talk to someone else, I appreciate you. I appreciate you being civil. There's another dude on here who does these call-ins. His name's Daniel X-Star. That guy is delusional. I don't know if you know him. You should go check in on him. Daniel X-Star. He's a liberal, but he's TDS, bro. Like he genuinely believes that Trump is going to genocide. He genuinely believes this, like not just like in a hyperbolic way. He genuinely believes that Trump is going to genocide anyone who isn't white. It's very funny watching this guy, just have an absolute meltdown. But I appreciate you being civil and intelligent and being able to have rational conversation, my bro.
Hey, and well, what I would say is I appreciate you being civil, because I got, when you're doing this, you get a lot of people that are very, I'll just be honest, very dumb and very aggressive about it. And they make it very just hard to talk, and I tell them, I'm like, look, civil conversations can happen. I'm just going to match your energy. And when you don't, when you're being disrespectful, I'll match your energy.
I get it, bro.
Yeah. Hey, well, it's a good time.
Take it easy, man.
You too.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. Well, look at that, folks. What a nice, pleasant conversation. I'll keep the line open for now, but maybe I'll go play a game. Hold on, let me check chat. Speech is not even a debate. I'm wiping this guy. I believe you, Wintermelon. Epstein didn't kill himself. Nathan, I actually agree with the people that people need to make it just easier just to talk. Yes, true. Fighting words, harassment, inciting violence, libel are not protected speech. Okay, I'm assuming that's related to the conversation y'all are having, and that is correct. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to talk to the other side. It just SND Rock. Quit the condescension, buddy. It wasn't bad. You're growing. Like I said, I'll match the energy. Someone comes in, they talk dumb, I'll match the energy. There's no policy that changed. You were just hearing someone that's not too stupid to not be able to have a civil conversation. You, on the other hand, SND Rock, I do consider you a very silly person. Joshua Waugh says how. I don't know what exactly how you're talking about. Maybe, fellas, maybe I'll play a game. Maybe I'll play a game. Now the question is, what game? Probably the boxing game. Any political questions I'll answer as well. I got the chat on my phone, so I can look at that. Oh, how has he abandoned us? He abandoned us by putting corporate lobbyists as his chief of staff. He abandoned us by saying that he was going to be anti-war, but then he puts neocon Marco Rubio in charge. He puts a pro-Israeli hawk and in charge of it, or as his ambassador to the United Nations. He puts Mike Huckabee as his ambassador to Israel. He said he was going to let Israel be unleashed, essentially, that Biden was holding them back. That's a warmongering talk. He said he was anti-war in his first election, and he increased drone strikes 435%. He supported the Saudis' genocide in Yemen when Bernie Sanders and Republican Mike Lee sent a bill from the Senate and the House to stop the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia. He did not care, and he vetoed the bill. After his presidency, he then took $2 billion, or his son-in-law, which is directly in his family, took $2 billion directly from Saudi Arabia. He personally took money from Saudi Arabia through his hotels, through the Live Golf Tour, on his courses, etc., etc., etc. When it comes to the domestic front, he promised he was going to bring back the manufacturing jobs. He did not bring back the manufacturing jobs. He promised he was going to bring an infrastructure bill. He did not bring an infrastructure bill. He did an infrastructure week, which was just symbolic nonsense, in my view. He said the trade deals were bad, NAFTA and the TPP, but instead all he could do was do NAFTA again with provisions from the TPP when he put his own trade deal. So those are just some of the ways he abandoned us. There's also the tax cuts for the rich, 83% with the top 1%. He wants to do a tax plan now, which analysis found would raise taxes on 95% of people. That's not good for us. I mean, unless you're part of the top 5%, then it's a good deal for them. That's for sure. But folks, if you disagree with what I have to say, feel free to ask questions. I still have the line open, but a part of me wants to play games right now. Part of me wants to do some gaming a little bit. Maybe. If I constantly shout on the street, that's harassment. Speaking is an action. You're just trying to skirt around the fact that you're wrong on this one. Melon, point blank, limiting speech limits thought. Make NPCs. Like, why don't you lick the boot? Epstein didn't kill himself. we have limits to speech. That's just a fact. We just do have limits to speech. Robert says, I mean this in the kindest way. I love you. Thank you, Robert. Very appreciated. I'm looking at that Daniel X star that the guy mentioned earlier, and I gotta say, man, this guy, when it comes to his views, is absolutely cooking. I'm not gonna lie. 10 hours stream, 30k views. 10 days stream, 30k views. 37k views, 32k views, 27k views, 30k views. Bro! Well, he's definitely monetized, that's for sure. He does have a store. It's a Bitcoin hoodie. What the fuck? Wait, yo. Okay, I'm sorry. This guy feels a bit like a grifter. So the guy said he's anti-Trump. But then I'm seeing... Okay, so he has a video, watch me vote for Kamala Harris. Coffee, Style Project 2025. So he seems anti-Trump. But then when you look at his store on his YouTube channel, he has a Bitcoin hoodie, a Trump 45's jacket, a 45 unisex tank top. What is this guy, bro? Alright, I missed the chat. Saying that you're wrong doesn't mean you're right. Is Earth flat? Robert says, I love all mankind. Jesus is king. Epstein says, yes, threats are limits as that is the new precedent, not fire in the theater. Threats are a limit, as that's the new precedent, not fire in a theater. Are you guys arguing about whether you can say fire in a theater? I know you can't do that. Epstein says, my 5 acres is flat. Epstein says, Christ is king. Wintermelon says, nah, dude, admitting flat earthing is crazy. Wait. Oh, you're into flat earth, huh? Oh, no, you're saying earth is round. Okay. Jeff Miller says, just going back to what the caller mentioned about representation. What about it? Let's get your music. Yeah, let's get a little bit of music, huh? I'm gonna get some MIDI shit, because that's usually what's... oh, you gotta get some royalty-free shit. Jeff Miller says, can I call? Yeah, you can call. I'll pick up. I'll put the music on after. You might be the last call. For now. Ba bum 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 ba dum ba dum. Do 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 na 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 ba da da na 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 na. And I'll have a blue, 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 blue Christmas. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum 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 do 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 do. Do 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 do. If we disagree on free speech, I can absolutely say it has limits, circles, but why would you want to limit it and give it power to a flawed government? Well, there's practical reasons to limit certain speeches. I mean, again, the fire in the theater is pretty bad, should be limited. All right. Hello. What's on your mind?
Hello. Oh, I just really want to say thank you to that last caller from Idaho. Like, I thought that he made very good points. I thought that he was very respectful, as are you. So I just want to say thanks. Like, that's, refreshing to
Nice. Glad to hear that.
see online. But one thing that I kind of had to just, I don't know, you can probably help me.
Yeah.
So he was talking about congressional districts and stuff, and about immigrants coming from Mexico and changing the way the vote works.
Yeah.
Why not let them be citizens?
Well, that's my perspective.
And then, the thing that I really wish I could have asked him that is like, okay, he mentioned several times about voting against their interests. It's like, well, if they are the people there, aren't they voting for their interests?
Yeah, exactly.
If you were to
Well,
let them
Well, I would say, exactly, if we let them, right, with their status, they don't really get the opportunity to vote,
Right.
which is unfortunate. But I guess with the census, what he was saying was because they're physically there, they're counted on the census, and when they're deciding how many congressional districts or electoral college votes that these states get, then you have a situation where California gets more, even if the population that's being counted, some of them or a good portion of them are undocumented. So yeah, I actually agree with you completely. My solution would be make them citizens. If they did commit a crime, if they've been working, especially like with the fact that 80% of undocumented people have been working for or living here and working here for 10 years. And he did say like an 18 million number. I don't know where the 18 million number comes from because the people with complete undocumented status is only 11 million. But I'm assuming that 18 million number might be including people that are not full status Americans, but they're legally here on things like work visas, for instance. So all of these people, in my view, should have a chance to become citizens and become citizens pretty fast. Every time America has had a big wave of immigration or a big wave of population growth, we saw a big expansion of the nation's wealth in general. So for example, when Irish and Polish and Germans and Italians were coming here on Ellis Island, they pretty much, if you weren't sick in that moment, you could come. You're a citizen. Now, I'm not saying we gotta have literally no background checks, but
no, I'm right there with you. Like again, my ancestors are not from here. I am white from Western Europe. I think we should be a little bit more, I don't know, mindful of our history as Americans. Let people in because most of them do good work. I'm not just talking about workers. I'm talking about, they're good people. We're all people. I hate the word illegal. I hate it when
I'm not a big fan
usually
of that.
the MAGAs say, "Oh, the illegals." No. No,
they're just
I mean,
illegal. Like they're like, oh, you say like, for example, like, it's pretty dehumanizing. They're like, you care about humanizing people? And it's like, yes, because they're humans. And when you just say illegals, you get people like Tree Raji in chat that says deport them all. But I assure you, if he had good friends of his that were undocumented people, well, he wouldn't be so eager to send them to another country with less opportunity and potential more danger to their life, right? So if we see people as humans and if we recognize the work that they do, then at the end of the day, I think more people would be understanding of why these people are here. And frankly, if we just adopted a system that we had, if we just had the standards that we had for European immigrants in the 19th century, I mean, we would just have a lot more legal citizens.
That's when you get into who has the bigger stick, because I mean that's what Western people did to Native Americans. It's like, no, we have bigger sticks, so I'm right.
And you have a Low Skunt here saying, I think this at least he's being honest about much of the conservative ideology. He says here, "Eat the poor," which is something. Certainly something.
I think Thomas Paine wrote an essay on why we should be cannibals, and it was a joke, but too many people took it literally and said, "Oh my God, Thomas Paine." Was it Thomas Paine?
I'm not sure. I never heard of that essay. Johnny Ramone says an interesting thing real quick about related to the immigration topic we're talking about. It says, "I've been trying to get an aunt and uncle here, and they've been on the fucking wait list for 7 years, and my family and I have paid a shitload of money to do it legally."
Exactly. And that's why, like, I argue with I don't even argue with my brother because there's no point. But he says, well, then come to our country legally. Do the paperwork. No, it's not that easy. The paperwork it's not just filling out papers. It's
not. They're like, get in line. Okay, what line? You think it's a fucking Disney World? There's no fucking line. Like, I know people that have been here. They come here legally, right? They come here for work. They have a work visa, and they go through like 3 different stages before getting the opportunity to become an American citizen, and they're here for like 15 years They're like,
Yeah.
okay, 5 years, okay, now you enter this stage. Wait 10 years, then you enter this stage, and
Yep.
now finally you're an American citizen after you've been living here for 10 years, paying taxes, benefiting the economy from your work and from
Yep.
things like sales tax. And it's like, guys, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we
Exactly.
keeping... Well, we know what we're doing. I mean, there's a certain group of people that want to keep these people, especially the agriculture workers and the construction workers and so on and so forth. And honestly, even the higher earning professions like nurses and
Right.
and such, and medical professionals and teachers,
Well,
they want to keep a permanent underclass of non-citizens.
Oh, and it goes, in my opinion, it's an us versus them mentality where we always have to have a them where we can hate.
Yes.
And, you know, having you know, the term illegals, that's a them term by saying, oh, the illegals that are coming into our country. No, those
Yeah.
are, you know, your friends and neighbors. Those are people that you know, and, oh, you want to put them in a category as them just so we can hate them.
And now they're
we can
talking
hate
about
the
getting
other.
rid of birthright citizenship, which is would be unconstitutional.
Right.
They're saying they're going to do it through executive order. We'll see how that gets done. I don't know how they plan to do that.
On birthright citizenship, I think America is one of the last few countries that have birthright citizenship. I know,
Yeah.
like in lots of places in Europe, you know, they don't have that. Like France, for example, you have to have at least one parent be French, and
Yeah.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on birthright citizenship?
I think it's honestly fine because you know the thing is this. I think it's good to have people coming into the country. It's good to have population
Sure.
growth at in every level of government, right? Whether we're talking about national government, it would be a lot worse if our population was shrinking because we'd be like
Right.
our elderly would be screwed too, right? Because their social safety net would be fucked. But because we have consistent growth. Yeah, Flower says legally. Yes, legally. Yes, I want
Legally,
a more fucking
Right.
efficient legal system.
Yeah, let's
It's a real
change
simple
the
thing.
laws. Yeah. So even with what the potato farmer from Idaho had said, yeah, then let's just change the laws.
Yeah, let's
what
change
you
the
talk
laws.
about Congress
Let's
as
do
well.
some
Let's
better
change the laws
background checks. And they're willing to spend money, by the way. They're willing to spend money on mass deportation.
Oh, yeah.
Donald Trump, which will cost a ton.
Yeah.
But they're unwilling to. It makes it clear, like, I mean, a lot of conservatives have problems with immigrants today because immigrants today are not the immigrants of the 19th century. They're not white. And people have a problem
Right.
with that. And,
Yeah.
you know, going back to the birthright citizenship question, because you asked me that, it's part of our Constitution. It's one of the first things, I think. It was put in early that if you're born in America, you're an American. And I think there just becomes a question when it comes to there's this gray area that concerns me for those people that are here legally, that are here on working visas, that are going through the process, right? But they're not fully Americans. Does that then, if we get rid of birthright citizenship, does that negatively affect, or does that make them
Right.
not Americans? That's my
Right.
concern there. Yeah.
Well, okay. Just a little bit of backstory about me. I've been, you know, I've been an illegal immigrant in two
Yeah.
different countries,
Really?
in the Philippines and in South Korea. Yeah, because I overstayed my visa and I was working illegally in both those countries.
Yeah.
I was still, you know, paying taxes. I was still, yeah.
You're
It was
productive.
difficult. Yeah. I think that, again, the majority of people are productive, are, you know, not
Yeah.
only putting the effort, it literally was just a paperwork thing that I've called immigration in both those countries and tried to make my status legal, and it was more than difficult.
100%. 100%. It's a very, very. I mean, I can't speak for those countries, but I know in America in particular, it's a needlessly confusing system. Like, for example, I know Filipinos, right? And Filipinos have a lot of people that come here, and they usually work in places like medicine or engineering. They
Yeah.
go to a lot of other countries, and they're here to work. They're here to move here, and they are they are very just productive, simply put.
Yeah, yeah.
But to make a nurse have to fucking work for 15
Jump through
years
hoops. Yeah.
before they get a chance to become an American citizen, I mean, there is no line. You're just gatekeeping the process.
Yeah.
And I have Reaper in chat saying, "Move, dude, please. We don't want you here. I was born here, dumbass. You should suck my dick." Uh,
Yeah.
we need Americans, not complainers. If you don't like it, go to their country and try to make it better instead. Instead of complaining your own expensive computer on your internet in a free country. Reaper, a free country, we have freedom of speech. Our country was founded because some motherfuckers were real bitchy
Damn
about
straight.
the rules put upon them by the British government, and they did a revolution. So, yeah, I'm just following the tradition. Tradition. And you're free to watch, Reaper. The longer you watch, the more watch hours I get on this stream, and I get monetized on YouTube. So thank you very much. All you want to do is complain. No, I want universal healthcare. I want college to be free. I want trade schools to be free. I want infrastructure plan. I want manufacturing back. There's a lot of things I want. And you need to say what you want. And you need to complain about the current state of things. Or maybe you're just fine with the way things are. You're fine with the income inequality. You're fine with the tax cuts for the rich. You're fine with living paycheck to paycheck. I'm not fine with 60% of the country living paycheck to paycheck, and I'm going to complain about that. Anyway. Oh, and I see Epstein
how
is
would,
getting... Yeah,
how
go
would
ahead.
you feel about, so in many other countries like South Korea, where I spent 15 years, mandatory service. And I'm not talking military, like you can do military for 2.5 years, 26 months, I think is what they are doing now, or just like having a job for a year working in a public sector helping people.
That would certainly be interesting. I honestly, it's a better proposal than what we currently have. You know, if you can say you want to become an American citizen, so you got to give some service to the country. You got to go work in the civilian, the
yeah, I'm talking about like
something.
every person doing that.
Oh, every person doing
like,
it. Would it be like required? I don't know about requiring it.
One thing that I really hated, I was born in 1986, and I still had to register for the draft. And when I registered for the draft, I was like, I never want to hold a gun to anyone ever.
Yeah.
And my dad, very, not very MAGA, but a little MAGA.
A little MAGA.
You'd said, well, if you don't want to join, if you don't want to register for the draft, you can go to Canada and go fuck yourself. And like, well, at 18 years old, I kind of want to go to Canada to go fuck myself because I don't ever want to kill anyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead, the other option would be, I think it would be a benefit, one, to our great country to, have everybody, after, especially like right after high school, do a year of service, work in any public sector where you work for the people. I mean, that's what we're all about, aren't we?
Yeah. I think, look, I'm interested in public works. I love the idea of public works. I like what Franklin Roosevelt did with the CCC, where you had a lot of young people finally getting work, just working on national parks, improving the country. You had a lot of infrastructure jobs being created. WPA, I think it was mainly public. There was also private alternatives as well. So I'm down for that.
And yes, and to have that option of, okay, or you could do, private sector and be a contributing member of society.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Fine.
I love that idea, actually.
I think that a lot of high schoolers now like I was a high schooler 20 years ago. Yeah, we had no direction. Like I was about to join the military just because they were going to pay for my college. And I've always felt, I never want to hold a gun to someone's head. I love guns.
Yeah.
I shoot guns all the time. But no, in a wartime, no.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Christian. I don't want to kill nobody. I want to go to heaven. One of the basic rules: don't kill. You know what I'm saying? So,
that's the first commandment that most Christians throw out the wayside.
Exactly.
Thou shalt not kill unless my government tells me I should kill. Then I should kill with ferocity. And it's like,
we should have the death penalty and put a cocktail of chemicals into someone, and hopefully they die quickly, but then they die very slowly in the most brutal way possible. But that's okay because the government says it's okay.
and that's why I like most nurses and doctors who refuse to give a lethal injection because they're like, no, that goes against, our number one thing: do no harm.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
We should not inject or even prepare things to inject people with death.
I see Chad McCooch had an interesting thing in chat where he said, income inequality forces people to work harder. I love these people. And it's interesting when you're doing the YouTube streams. Honestly, you see less of this on the TikTok streams because I do the same type of stream on TikTok. It's just I'm suspended on TikTok, so I'm only exclusively getting to interact with YouTube people right now. But the TikTok folks, they're a little bit more, how you say? I think they're just a bit more MAGA. They are a bit more of those like people that are into politics because of Donald Trump. So they still try to do a little bit of the populism. But on YouTube, for some reason, a lot of the conservatives here are just more than willing to say, fuck the poor, fuck the workers. We're going to make it so that you have to fight for the scraps that you're given by your lords and your kings. I can see, honestly, why feudalism was able to exist. Epstein says, TikTok's more MAGA. What I mean by that is we see more of the fake Trump populism, pretending like Donald Trump cares about workers. Meanwhile, on YouTube, you get to see a lot more of the poor should struggle. The poor should actually,
should pick themselves up by the bootstraps kind of, stuff. Either,
it's like old school Reaganism. Reaper says socialist. Yeah. Reaper, go ahead and define socialism for me. Everything I'm talking about is fundamentally capitalist, okay? You don't know these words. You're just speaking words. But yes, I appreciate the conversation, man. It was a very good conversation. And
so do I. Yeah. And again, I really do appreciate you, especially how you talked with the last caller. I don't know. It was, I think he had some good points. I think you have better points. Yeah. But it was like what you said towards the end of your conversation. It's good to have conversations. It's good to have, we can have a conversation even though we disagree on things.
Yeah. 100%. And honestly, it's easy to have nice conversations or pleasant conversations with the side that disagrees with you. There are just, if you looked at the stream from yesterday, I mean, the idiots were really letting their fucking freak flags fly, man. They were going crazy. And
it's easy to, it's easy to spout hate. Oh no, Trump.
They were, and the funny thing is, they're going like, I think maybe it's because it's just getting harder to defend Trump from a populist perspective, genuinely. Because when you're bringing up when you just bring up his economic policies, but then you bring up sort of like his tax cuts, his proposed tax cuts, his previous tax cuts, all that stuff, they're dropping the populism. I mean, you're seeing that in this chat right now, you see Reaper saying, the poor should work for it and pull the needle out of your arm and fill out a job application. So all poor people are druggies, all working people are druggies, and they're all bad guys.
And illegals.
Reaper, I guarantee you're not part of the top 1%. I recommend looking at my latest YouTube short or TikTok. It's the most recent YouTube short. It's very funny. I was debating a guy yesterday, and he was really... I was bringing up income inequality, and he was defending it. And I was bringing up, like, brother, that the club of Trump and Elon and the rest of the 1%, you're not part of it. He self-described as broke. And he's what? Yeah. He's like, what? What, you think I don't identify as broke? And I'm like, no, you just, I'm not saying it's your gender or some shit. You just literally identified as broke when you said that you're broke. And then he's like, no, you think I can't like Trump? And I'm like, no, you can like Trump. Oh, you think, what? Me and Elon don't find the same memes funny? And I'm like, brother, I'm not talking about memes, okay? Yeah. I'm not talking about memes, I can tell you that. And Ann Bass says, power to the 1%. Reaper says, most bums are filled with drugs and alcohol, choose to be homeless. Well, I'm just talking about working people, Reaper says, I'm an MSNBC parrot. I mean, if MSNBC wants more populist left perspectives, that would be good for them, instead of that fucking dipshit on Morning Joe. But yeah. I mean, great conversation, man. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, you too. Like, I do appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Have a good day, all right?
You too.
All right. Us MAGA are still MAGA. No, you're a neoliberal and a neocon, my friend Reaper. Unc Andy says, Mega MAGA. Dwight Parker says, God bless Trump and our great nation. Reaper says, socialist. Reaper, go ahead and define socialism. Trump is saving our country. Please don't breed. Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. Unless you're part of the top 5%, Trump's gonna raise your taxes. I hope you're looking forward to that. I'm sure you are, because a lot of you guys have sold your souls to the fucking rich. And will literally do anything for them. And it's unfortunate to see. And Bass says, reparations, white billionaires. I think you might be playing a little bit there. Fuck around and find out says, if you aren't happy, you're free to leave. I'll pay the bill. Well, fuck around and find out. I do have a donation link. You can donate money. I won't leave the country, but you're free to donate the cost that it would take to leave a country. Maybe I'll consider it, right? But, I was born in this country, and I like this country, and I'm going to fight to improve the country. What do you mean? Jose Posada says, it doesn't matter. I don't pay or file my taxes. Thank you, Jose. Working class people must pay the rich. Okay, and Bass, I do get the joke. Unc Andy says, return to California. I'm not from California. Wintermelon says, facts, not feelings. True. A thought experiment. Conservative makes a country. Libs make one. We'll see what's better without each other for balance. We all fall apart. Well, I mean, if you want to just more, I don't know, authoritarian left or authoritarian right countries, I would put China and the Soviet Union in the authoritarian left. I would put Nazi Germany on the authoritarian right. The authoritarian right fell apart pretty quick because they thought that they could conquer the world, and the Soviet Union fell apart, but when China embraced more capitalist reforms and, market reforms, they are still around. Jose says, besides, Texas will always be Texas. I don't understand the point you're trying to make there. And Beth says, maybe MAGA should separate. Very true. Epstein says, they all fall apart. Nazis were socialists, though. Epstein, anybody can call themselves anything. The Nazis can call themselves the National Socialist Workers' Party. But then when their actions are going after social democrats, socialist, and communist, the moment they get power, well, that doesn't seem very Marxist to me. North Korea can call themselves the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, but I wouldn't exactly call them a republic or they have any semblance of democracy in any way. I might be playing some games soon. Epstein, Marx invented socialism. If you're not a Marxist, you're not a socialist, Epstein. Marx was the guy that wrote the fucking manual, my friend. It did not just appear out of thin air. Somebody had to write the rule book, the instructions. Let's get some music, man. Just a classic, a stream classic for me. Oh, jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, no, that's the regular version. I need the non-copyrighted version. DeMarcus Garcia says, is this an anti-Trump channel? Well, I'm not a fan of Trump. Memosaurus, I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming soon. I've already been at this for how long has this stream been going? 2 hours now, so I might end stream soon, so I wouldn't really want to start a call now. I'm just kind of chilling. I'm actually going to close the line. Probably. You know what? You can call, but we're going to make it quick. We're going to make it less than 10 minutes. Okay? Yeah, you can call me Memosaurus. Boom boom boo doo boo 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 doo boo. Big doo 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 boo boo boo. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Epstein and Gilself says yes, it's nitpicking. Lowell add the exemptions of the second. Okay, y'all are doing your rights debate. Epstein, you have to be trolling. You said earlier that rights are absolute and don't have limits. Do 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 do. I gotta figure out why Google Voice lowers my mic volume. It's annoying. Do 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 do. Unc Andy says laughing emojis. Thank you for the hours, my friend. DeMarcus Garcia says, do you support tampons in men's restroom? I'm indifferent. I don't really care. If there's a trans man that's using the restroom and they need a tampon, then sure. If there's a tampon in a men's restroom and I'm using the men's restroom and I don't need a tampon, obviously, it's not a concern of mine. So yeah, I think that there should be free supplies that relate to menstruation, to pissing, to shitting in every bathroom. Just as if there's toilet paper in the rolls and soap in the sinks. Solo Peak Expedition says, keep men out of women's restrooms. I agree. Yeah. You don't need to be in a women's restroom, but a trans woman gets to use whatever restroom she wants. Okay? And what are you going to do about it if you see it? You're going to piss. You're going to piss and mind your own business and be a regular fucking person. That's all you're going to do. The Solo Peak Expeditions, if you just need to take a shit, you need to take a shit. You need to piss. You can feel however you want to feel about trans people, but you're not going to do shit when you need to use the bathroom besides shit or piss. Epstein says, not my problem. Nor not my chair, not my problem on tampons. But we need reform, and asylums. Suicide rates are higher than the Holocaust. It's a concern. Are you talking about trans people? Well, when people have ability to transition and they're accepted by their family, there's been research on the topic that shows transition lowers anxiety, depression, and suicide. So, yeah. Solo Peak Expeditions, yes. If there's something you don't like when you need to go to the bathroom, let's say you see a tampon, you go piss, and then you go about your business. Oh, there's a tampon in a male's restroom because a trans guy needs a fucking tampon because they still have their period? Oh no. Oh, there's a tampon in a male's restroom so a fucking father can get a tampon for their teenage daughter if they're out in public and they don't have a tampon on them? Oh no. What a tragedy. It's just a fucking tampon. Take your shit and mind your business. Yes, that is the regular position. That is the normal position. Because you don't go fucking pissing and shitting and thinking about politics. Or maybe you do. Maybe you think about Trump and then you start jerking your dick off in a public restroom. But I think that's disgusting. Because I'm homophobic, obviously. No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Wintermelon says Cornell has a meta-study with the 70 data sets that absolutely debunk that's absolutely a debunked machine. Yes, I've seen the Cornell study, I believe. Transition lowers anxiety, it lowers depression, and lowers suicide rates. So the people that talk about those things, they should really support trans people more. Epstein says, Vivek 2028. No, I don't need another fucking rich hedge fund guy running the country. How we get a fucking worker there? How we get a union guy there? there was a tampon in a bathroom, and I took a few. I'm assuming minutes. I took a few minutes to use as, or I took a few to use as rags. And no, I misread it. There was a tampon in the bathroom. I took a few to use as rags and wipe something down as a money saver. Yes. I mean, that's a more realistic, or that's a pretty reasonable use, I guess. I mean, at least you're not breaking out. At least you're finding use for it. Things work out then. Glorious Content says it lowers depression. All right, you do it then. Well, Glorious Content, I'm not depressed. And I wouldn't say I'm interested in transitioning. If I was, then I'd do it. But when I say it lowers depression, that doesn't mean it's like a medication for depression. I'm saying that there's been research done on trans people when they get transition, and it lowers suicide, it lowers depression, it lowers anxiety. That's a fact. Epstein says, I think suicide is a concern wherever a loss of life is tragic, and mental institutions would help destigmatizing mental health, etc. Yeah, no, I agree. There needs to be more mental health institutions that are good for the patient. I think it was Reagan that closed a lot of the mental health institutions. I don't know if it was for across the nation or in California. All right, we're getting a call. I guess this will be the final caller for today. Hello, what's on your mind? 980 area code.
What's going on?
There? I'm good, brother. I'm good.
Is this the guy online here talking?
What'd you say?
Is this the guy online here talking?
Yeah, I'm the one in the stream. Yes.
Yeah. So why is
So what's
Trump
on your
abandoning us?
Yeah, well, what is Trump promising? He's promising to help working people, right? Or at least that's the perception from Trump supporters. He's promising to keep peace, etc., etc., etc. He already has a record, and his record wasn't good for workers. He did a tax bill. That was his biggest achievement that he did in his first term, where 83% went to the top 1%. He has a tax bill now, or a tax proposal now, that when looked into would actually raise taxes on 95% of Americans and only cut taxes for the 5%. He promised to bring the jobs back in manufacturing. He didn't. He promised to get rid of the bad trade deals, NAFTA and TPP. He didn't pass the TPP, which was nice, which was good. I give credit there.
You know, NAFTA was created by a Democrat.
100%, I'm against it. But then he did the USMCA, which was essentially just NAFTA renegotiated. But the renegotiation was adding provisions from the TPP. So I'm not a fan of that. He said he was going to fix the infrastructure. He didn't do that. He had the infrastructure week, which was just to celebrate infrastructure. No matter how you feel about Biden, I can give Biden some credit that he at least pushed an infrastructure. Oh. Okay. Okay. That gentleman had a question. I gave an answer. And he was not happy with the answer, folks. I guess so. I guess that's the case. You see, this is the thing about conversation, man. A lot of people are like, why can't we be civil anymore? But then when someone talks to you in a calm, civil way, well, that's not enough. Too Corrupt says, took a social studies class and now you're 60K behind. Learn a trade. I don't know if you're projecting something, but I am not in debt, my friend. Eli says, do you believe in Jesus? Yes, I do. I'm a Christian. That's why I want to help my neighbor, my fellow children of God. He did because family reasons. Reagan sucked. That's racist, Mel. I don't know what. I don't know. Why are you saying that's racist? This guy's talking about two dads. He's being a dick and he's being treated like shit. So that's, I think, matching the energy. Let's see here. Professional student. I wouldn't say I am. I graduated and I'm done with school. I was not a particular fan of school. Wintermelon says, I do metalwork and woodworking. Good stuff. Eli says, I'm glad you believe him. I wish for the best for you. And I hope you have a great day. You too, Eli. You too, Eli. James says, thoughts on Doge, Elon and Vivek cutting Fed. I'm not a fan of it. Yeah, the issue that we have today is not the need to cut things. The issue we have today is the need to allocate things into things that matter. Ultimately, the thing with Doge, though, is it's almost ceremonial because it's not really a real office. We'll see what happens, right? But it almost feels like Trump is just rewarding Elon with like a seat at the table without actually being at a seat, having a seat at the table. I don't know. We'll see. But I would assume, based on the character of Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, is they just want to, number one, cut federal employees, which make up a very small percentage of the federal budget, and then target the social safety net, which has already been gutted for so many years, and they want to gut it even more because they don't really like the poor people, I would say, or they don't have their interest at heart. Elon has directly agreed with someone on Twitter saying, yes, the first few years of Donald Trump will hurt. You will be hurt. The economy will be bad. But that's okay. We need to do it because it will be better. Number one, I don't believe that theory of change. And number two, it is interesting that Elon agrees that, yes, he is willing to sacrifice the poor and the working class for his hypothetical world, which is unfortunate. James says we have 700 bases and 400 Fed departments. You want to cut it? I would cut the bases. I would make it so that instead of being the top, a bigger spender than the top 10 countries combined militarily, why aren't we just maybe the biggest spender of the top 5 countries combined? There are things that we can cut. I agree with you that there are things we can cut. This person says, why is 10 plus 10 the same as 11 plus 11? I don't understand the question there, what you're asking. One is 20 and one's 21. Or no, 22 actually. Epstein didn't kill himself says, issue today is proper spending of my tax money. Yeah, there's issues with Doge and I voted for Trump, still like him, but the naming, etc. is a handout. And I have a bad time at the DMV, would love to see some shakeups in those structures. Maybe the DMV needs more workers to make things run faster. I don't know, that's just a theory. That's just my theory there. I agree with the thought that Doge, but the execution is idiotic. Yeah, that's fair. Epstein didn't kill himself says, Nathan, as a vet, I can tell you things we spend on military spending that'll make your head spin. Yeah, I know. One of the biggest issues with the military spending is we've kind of like outsourced a lot of the sort of services that are needed with the military, and we're depending on these outside companies, these third-party companies, to just do it and have a good intention. But what they know is that they're working with the United States government and the U.S. military, and they can actually kind of shake him down a lot and get as much money as possible. So instead of, say, having a bus operated directly by the U.S. military, maybe they have a contractor, third-party private contractor running the buses, and they just, they say the expenses are this, and the military is willing to pay. It's unfortunate. Thoughts on Tulsi? Tulsi Gabbard is a political chameleon. And I'm not saying this to upset you. I'm saying this because you asked and I want to be honest with you. Tulsi Gabbard, early in her life, has been, or I think to this day, is part of like a sort of yoga Hindu cult. It's not mainstream Hinduism. It's a cult that her father was a part of. She started her career as this sort of anti-gay Democrat, but was somehow able to grow in prominence in the Democratic Party. I believe she was one of the vice chairs of the Democratic Party. She was one of those critics of Obama for essentially not being tough on war enough, using her military title as that. Said Obama should say radical Islam, that he has to do more to fight Muslims, I guess, because she has this big anti-Muslim bias. So she was essentially more of a war hawk that would show up on Fox News, even as a high-ranking member of the Democratic Party. But then, in 2016, she latched herself onto the Bernie Sanders movement, endorsing Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primary, losing her title as one of the vice chairs of the Democratic Party. After that, I noticed this as somebody that was part of the Bernie movement, and I still am to this day. She did not associate much with the Bernie movement. She would go on some podcasts time to time, but mostly of those people that were like, I'm actually more progressive than thou. I'm actually to the left of Bernie, etc., etc., etc. Right? And then she ran for president in 2020. Now, it was a failure of a campaign. She doesn't really have a base in the Democratic Party. The progressives wanted Bernie. There were some progressives that liked Warren. There were some, the more conservative Democrats like Biden or Pete or Amy Klobuchar. Those were the lines that were being drawn. Even Kamala didn't have a sort of base in the Democratic Party, though Tulsi honestly did worse, but Tulsi stuck around longer. For what, I don't know. I do remember her supporters attacking Bernie Sanders supporters, mainly from the perspective of, we're actually to your left, we're actually the real leftists. And she ran this campaign. It didn't go anywhere. And then she endorsed Joe Biden. While Bernie Sanders was still in the race, she endorsed Joe Biden. Now, you endorsed Bernie in the past. You've been running in this progressive lane for a long time. Why would you endorse the more conservative pick when it was Biden versus Bernie? Well, I assume simply she wanted a career. She wanted a potential spot in the Biden administration. But she had burnt too much bridges. That's it. She had lost opportunity in the Democratic Party. She wouldn't even have a chance to get the spot that she had in the past, where she was one of the vice chairs of the Democratic Party, because she burnt so much bridges. And then she gradually changed her ideology, started leaning more towards the MAGA audience, time after time after time, and then she supported Donald Trump. She obviously does not support the policies that she claimed to support with Bernie Sanders anymore, and that's why I call her a political chameleon. Almost Kamala-like in a way, willing to change policy for the political moment, for the opportunity. And yeah, I would not put any trust in Tulsi Gabbard. Alright, let's check chat. James says, I like Tulsi's energy. She seems smart and a good leader. I like Bernie. Why do you think they picked Hillary over him? Well, because there was a lot of people in the Democratic Party. I wouldn't say older or smarter. I think she's just, I mean, that's like, you know, it's literally like with Kamala. They're politicians. They don't need our charity, right? They want opportunity. You don't suddenly change your entire political ideology when you're literally an established politician, right? You change based on what you need, and in her case, she needed power. But why do you think they picked Hillary? Because the establishment. There were Democratic voters that or felt like Hillary was a safer pick, but it's pretty clear the Democratic Party put their hand in the scale in Hillary's favor, like Donna Brazile, who was one of the party chairs or co-chairs or whatever, and she gave Hillary Clinton debate questions before the debate began. So it's clear that they were working towards helping her. But, you know, Bernie Sanders started his campaign not even to win, but to essentially spread a message, talk about policies that aren't talked about in American politics. And then suddenly in the middle of the campaign, it was like, oh, whoa, our rallies are getting bigger. Our social media engagement is getting higher. Our donations are getting higher. People want this. So I'm going to run to win. And that's why he ran. That was kind of like the half of the Democratic primary in 2016 and full on his position in 2020. He didn't win, but you know what? He's the reason why AOC and Ilhan Omar and so many progressive politicians ran. Inspiration goes far. James says, you think Bernie would have beat Trump if he was the pick instead of Hillary? Absolutely. You see, in 2016, it was kind of the first election for this populist era that we're currently in. And Hillary Clinton is the most establishment person you can think of. Even if someone likes her, they gotta admit, like, she is like the physical personification of the establishment. And as a result of being that, she in an era where people wanted change, of course Trump was going to win. But if you put Bernie Sanders there, Donald Trump doesn't get to say, well, Bernie shipped your jobs away. Because Bernie Sanders gets to say, I voted against NAFTA. I voted against the TPP. I want to bring the jobs back. I want to stop outsourcing. Right? I want an infrastructure plan. I'm the only motherfucker actually talking about a plan. Trump, you're saying you want better infrastructure. Talk is cool, but talk is cheap. Anybody could talk. I want a plan, and here's my plan. I want universal health care. all this stuff. And even if we're just going based on vibes, Donald Trump suddenly can't pretend to be the cool, edgy outsider when Bernie Sanders is a genuine outsider. And Donald Trump was a political donor, was a friend of Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, said that Hillary's a great woman, all that stuff. All right. What's your opinion on Trump's mass deportation plan? It's expensive, it's inefficient, it's immoral, and it's no good. It's going to cause a labor shortage, and that's going to make everything more expensive. Epstein says, hold on. Okay, Nathan, liberal that you are, I've liked the stream, but one question. Thoughts on Pelosi, McConnell, Graham, and Shifty Schiff? Not a big fan of Pelosi, not a big fan of Graham, not a big fan of McConnell. So Pelosi, again, is like Hillary, human personification of the establishment. Graham, unbelievable warmonger. McConnell, a pretty efficient governing guy, but efficient in essentially efficient in doing everything bad. And Shifty Schiff, he's establishment. He's not a progressive. There were more progressive options in that California Senate primary, and I supported them. But unfortunately, progressives did not line up behind somebody. We had like 2 good progressive candidates. Zender says, I'm a new sub, and I'm glad that you're talking about these important things that are going to affect us. Thank you, Zender. I appreciate it a lot. Adam says, where'd your viewers go? The way live streams tend to go is they go up and they go down. We Lost My Lighter says, man, you're lost in the sauce, brother. I mean, thank you for the sub. Epstein didn't kill himself. We Lost My Lighter says, man, you lost in the sauce, brother. You just have to listen and maybe you can understand. Zender says, thank you for your opinion. Oh. It says a suspected spam caller. Well, let's see what this is, actually. I'm curious. Hello, what's on your mind, buddy? Hello.
Hello?
Yo, what's on your mind?
Hi, I saw on your page you said Trump has abandoned you.
Yeah. 100%.
Is that your stance, or are you wanting someone to argue that?
No, that's my stance. Are you in agreement with that, or are you disagreement? Wait, hello? Your audio's kind of breaking up there.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay. So, so are you saying he abandoned everybody, or like certain groups of people?
Well, I don't think he abandoned the top 1%, but for those who are, say, peace-loving people when it comes to foreign policy, he abandoned them in his first term. He's going to abandon them again. When it comes to people that are working class, he abandoned them before as well. So, yeah. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I do agree to some degree. I think what I've noticed, because I go to Walmart and I see a lot of people that are that I'm not trying to judge, but I can tell that they have Trump hats on, but then they have it seems like they have a lot of needs, and I just wonder if they understand that he might take away policies that benefit them, and
100%.
I think they're just hyper focused on the immigration part of it, which is only one small issue when you think about all the things he's going to do. So I'm at a place where I don't know what I can do as a citizen, because I don't think complaining will do anything because he's already there. But I'm like, okay, well, what can we do? And I'm trying to focus on some of the good things I like about him, but it's hard to find those things.
Well, look, this is the thing. Some people, when I'm talking to people, I oftentimes they're like, why aren't you ever critical of Biden? And I'm like, no, I can be critical of Biden. I disagree with Biden's policy on Israel. Not a fan of it. And so I can criticize Democrats all the time. But then they're like, well, why don't you say something nice about Donald Trump? And it's like, well, I like some of the promises he made in 2016.
Yeah.
To bring the manufacturing back, to end the bad trade deals and all that stuff. The thing is, he failed on all those good promises. He did not. He said he was going to get rid of NAFTA and TPP. He did not pass the TPP. Congratulations. But then he renegotiates NAFTA, makes the USMCA, which is just NAFTA, with provisions from the TPP. And I'm like, okay, well, wonderful. This is our working class populist. He said he's going to fix the infrastructure. He failed to do that. He had no infrastructure plan. He said no one was going to die in the streets during his presidency, which implies he's going to do some sort of universal health care. He actually supported universal health care in one of his books. But, of course, he did not pass universal health care, unsurprisingly. So people did die in the streets. People did die because of lack of insurance. Right, so any good promise he made, he kind of failed. But then when it comes to his policies for the rich, when he did the taxes for the rich, 83% went to the top 1%. When he's talking about a new tax plan, and when people looked into it, they found that 95% of people would see their taxes raised.
Yeah.
Where 5% get a tax cut. It's kind of crazy.
I have there's one thing I'm kind of on the fence about. He said that he would get us out of the war with Ukraine. Do you think that's a good thing, or because I'm against war?
Yeah.
But then I feel like in some way this is kind of necessary. So that's where I'm kind of like, is this a good thing?
It's a nuanced thing. It's a nuanced thing, right? So like I'm against offensive wars, but I think defense is justifiable, right? I think morally justifiable. We were morally justified in World War II when we defended ourselves against the Japanese, when we defended ourselves against the Germans, because the Germans declared war on us after we had declared war on the Japanese. I think the British were justified, the Polish were justified, the Soviet Union was justified, etc., etc., etc. In this case, in Ukraine, we have a country that is under attack, that's being invaded. And a war that was supposed to end in 3 days, but has now lasted 2 or 3 years or something like that, because Ukrainians have put up that defense and the West has supplied them. And I think that they should have the right to defend their country. Now, when it comes to other issues, right? Like, I think we shouldn't be supplying Saudi Arabia when they do an offensive war in Yemen and they cause the worst humanitarian crisis in the world and a cholera outbreak that affects 2 million people. But then, of course, Donald Trump supported that genocide when he was given a bill to stop sending weapons. He vetoed the bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Donald Trump's not serious about ending war. He's good on rhetoric, but, it's also with Israel. He said, Biden actually has been holding Netanyahu back, and I'm going to let Netanyahu finish the job. And it's like, okay. Now, he's anti-Ukraine, at least rhetorically, because his base is. But the question is for the base, I am curious how this will go. There's a chance that we don't stop supplying Ukraine because he's putting people in his cabinet in the foreign policy positions that I don't think would be for cutting off support for Ukraine, like Marco Rubio, So,
right.
We'll see.
And that's the thing. He makes all these promises, but then the people that back him, I'm wondering, are they going to do these things? And what I've seen about him, I think at the end of the day, he just cares about himself. And
yes.
When it comes to like Harris, for example, I voted for Harris. I mean, I was kind of on the fence, but I was like, you know what? At the end of the day, I think she's better for more people than he is. And I think what he's done, and this really angered me, it was like he wants to take away the taxes for tipped employees. And at first I was like, oh, that's great. And then I'm like, wait a second, why should they not have to pay taxes? Like, what makes them so special? Like, because if they're not paying on their tips, that means that's like most of their money. I know.
What's interesting about the tax on tips, right? Is the thing about Kamala was proposing the same thing or a similar policy, same name but different when you go into the details. What Donald Trump's bill allowed is the problem was CEOs could potentially take their pay, essentially have it registered as a tip, and not have to be paying taxes for it. That's what Donald Trump proposed. Wow. So Kamala proposed a similar no tax on tips, essentially because the Culinary Union in Nevada is a fan of it. But she removed those loopholes that would let like corporate CEOs not have to pay taxes. And we can people can disagree about the details and the nuance of the plan, but you know what? I think that's a fair change to make it so that CEOs can't get $100,000 or more likely hundreds of millions of dollars and not have to pay taxes on it because they can just call it as a tip. you know, we got to have no more loopholes, and Donald Trump's going to only put more. I believe that for sure.
And honestly, even though he made that promise and that the Senate and the House are Republican, I doubt that they'll pass something like that because they want the money, they want tax money. So I think he makes all these promises, but at the end of the day, you still got to go through Congress. You still got to go through them, and I just have a hard time imagining they're going to agree with.
The issue is, brother. The thing is, Congress. I mean, they passed his first tax bill, and his first tax bill went 83% went to the top 1%. It cut revenue dramatically while he increased spending, and the deficit went up. And these guys that were real mad at Obama about the deficit, they were like, Obama did this to the deficit, and the deficit's so much higher. Meanwhile, under Obama, every year besides the first year, because the first year he was responding to the recession, but every year after that, the deficit went down to pretty much pre-recession levels, you know? And Donald Trump reversed that trend. Donald Trump increased the deficit before COVID, and then, of course, he increased it even more so during COVID, but for an understandable reason. But he was willing to sacrifice aspects of our economy, and supposedly the places that conservatives care about, because in the short term, he and his rich friends would get benefits directly from it. So it's unbelievably corrupt, honestly. It's disgusting.
Right. So, I mean, my curiosity is how come so many people, how come he won? I mean, that's the thing I'm so confused about. Because I think...
Go ahead. I'll jump in because I go on a lot.
I don't think Kamala was that amazing, but at the end of the day, I think, you know, this was perfect for me. I'd rather go through the same, because there's problems with our country, and I think it's stupid if you think that she was going to solve all the issues. I don't think she, but yeah. I don't think he had a solution. I think he saw every little
One second. Like, I'll be right back, real quick. Hello, I'm gonna talk to you when I finish up this call. I'm gonna put you on hold for now. All right? Sounds good. All right. Hello. Yes, Kamala, not gonna fix everything.
Right, and so, but I feel like at least she had some sort of a plan, or she had people behind her that wouldn't just be yes men and yes women. But so that's what I'm surprised that. I mean, I'm not surprised that he won. I'm surprised that the numbers are so vast. I'm like, are people that tired of our system and that they're just blind to?
I'll respond to that, but real quick, I see Epstein didn't kill himself in chat, saying, "Pause, y'all, fellow conservatives, you need to chill. Bashing isn't constructive, especially on rebuke with ideals, not name calling, etc." My friend, unfortunately, this is your side. This is who they are. This is how it is every stream, and this is like the most raw form of MAGA. You know, they don't actually care about ideas. They don't actually care about discussion. They care about, honestly, sucking off one guy's dick. You see, I saw somebody calling Trump daddy, unironically, Jeff Miller in chat. So
that's weird.
That's that's your side, man. I encourage you to look to the other side. But to answer your question of why things ended up the way they did, what's interesting is as the election results have come in, neither candidate has actually won 50% of the popular vote in this election, which is crazy, isn't it? It's insane, actually. Donald Trump currently is at... let me correct myself. Donald Trump went from 49 to 50 on the dot. But that is still half, but not a majority. That's not 51%. So I'll correct myself there. The point is, neither of these candidates were extremely popular, but it was a 2% gap. It wasn't even a massive victory. So why, there's this idea that it's like some massive sign that things are changing and people suddenly agree with Trump. It's not really the case, unless Biden winning by a bigger margin is an indication that everybody agrees with Biden. Obama winning by a bigger margin is everybody agrees with Obama. That people wanted change. People were not satisfied with the economy at the moment, and I think genuinely that's the biggest issue. People are hurting, people are struggling, and Democrats could pass certain bills that are decent, like the CHIPS Act, like the infrastructure plan, etc., etc., etc. We could have manufacturing growing in America, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, historic high public and private investments into manufacturing. Those are all wonderful things and things that I think that earned my vote. But the macroeconomic things that are decent, it's not enough for the people. People need to see great things. And it's not like Donald Trump is going to do anything great, but Donald Trump is just the other option. So until Democrats understand that they actually have to embrace their roots, do more things like Franklin Roosevelt, like the New Deal, do some populism, do some real progressivism, do some real working class shit.
Yeah.
Then Democrats are going to be able to solidify their base. Because you're still going to have Republicans, I guarantee you, especially after this, Republicans won the election. And they are not going to be changing their tune to entertain more working class populism or progressive ideas or whatever. They're just going to be doing the same sort of, we're just like Trump, we're the new MAGA, we're politically incorrect, we hate gay people, we don't like trans people, that's the issues that matter. And then when the economy is struggling because of, let's say, Trump's tariffs, or let's say Trump adding more debt to the deficit, or Trump, mishandling another pandemic like he did the first time, or something like that. When people are struggling, people will probably kick him out. The real question to me is not so much if Trump's going to fuck shit up or how Trump's going to go, because he's going to fuck shit up. I'm sorry to the people in chat, but you got to recognize that. Shit's going to go crazy soon. But the question is, will the Democrats be ready to seize the moment and actually put someone that's going to move us more towards our working class roots, at least in the 20th century? Or are we going to continue sort of neoliberal bullshit?
And that's honestly my issue with Kamala. Like, I voted for her, but I didn't vote for her honestly because she was black or because she was a woman, which I think it's cool that she was, but I don't think we should vote
That's
for
not my priority, exactly.
And I've met a lot of people that are like, yeah, she's black. I'm like, great. But there are other incredible Democrat women that have done more than her, and I understand that she didn't do really much for California. California does make a lot of money, but at the same time, they are struggling.
Where the real talent's at? The real talent in the Democratic Party is not in California or in New York. It's in the Midwest. And I'll finish off with this because the guy in the hole's been waiting for 5 minutes. Okay. We're gonna see a real interesting challenge in 2028. Gavin Newsom's obviously gonna run. Pete Buttigieg's gonna run. And they're. Do you think? I'm not a big fan of either of those guys. They're very much the establishment of the party. Right? Vance is like in 2028 for the Republican side. I'll get to the Republican side soon, but on the Democrat side, you're gonna get Newsom, you're gonna get Buttigieg. Those are the more establishment guys. But I think you're also potentially gonna get some people like Andy Beshear from Kentucky, who's wonderful, good guy.
Okay.
You're gonna get people like Tim Walz from Minnesota, who's honestly the best governor in the country. That's gonna trigger conservatives in the chat. There's the Tim from Wisconsin, who's also a great governor. Increased public school funding for 400 years. Gretchen Whitmer got rid of the anti-union laws that make it harder to organize in the state of Michigan. The real talent of the Democratic Party, the potential presidential candidates, are in the Midwest currently. And I think we're going to see sort of Midwest populism put up against coastal elitism. And I'm from the coast, but I'm going to be on the Midwest side. But, yeah, I mean, for now, I appreciate your time. It was a nice conversation, but I'm going to move on to the next caller, all right?
All right, sounds good. All right, thank you. All right, bye.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
What's on your mind?
Hey, I just seen you, I was just watching, and I just seen you do a lot of insulting. So, I just wanted to call you a crybaby. And,
so I'm curious, where do you think I'm wrong? Where do you think I'm wrong? Where do you think I'm wrong, though?
Where do I think you're wrong?
Yeah, like Trump. What's your disagreement with my my prompt?
Let's think about it, bro. What was Camellia gonna do? What was Camellia gonna do?
Donald Trump is currently the president-elect. So, again,
Yeah.
Where's my prompt wrong though? I'm not a part of the Kamala Harris campaign. I'm talking about the president elect. Were you a fan of his 2017 presidency? Do you think that was a pro working class
No.
presidency?
No.
Okay.
Let me tell you something.
Yes.
I'm 17 years old, and I'm just sitting here watching this whole thing. You know,
Okay.
between this whole you know, presidential thing, and Trump is doing everything he can to make this country great.
What
is
policy?
she doing?
Tell me the policy though, because again, we're out of the election season. He's going to be the president. He was the president in our lifetimes. Tell me, what is the policy that's actually going to help the people?
The policies? Well, bro, I'm not educated enough to know policies and shit like that. But
no problem.
What
I
do know,
understand that. No problem. I understand that. It's not always easy to know this stuff. You got to do the research first. I get that. Right? But I can tell you, as someone that has looked into the policies, his policies will not help you. I'm assuming you're not part of the top 1%. It's a very small group of people, right?
Yes.
So, okay, his tax policy that he's proposing now, well, his first tax policy as president in 2017 was 83% of those benefits went to the top 1%. His tax policy that he's proposing now, 95% of Americans would see their taxes raised, including me or you. It's 95% of earners. So only the top 5%, real quick, let me finish this point here and I'll let you say something. Only the top 5% will see their taxes cut. I don't think that that's a right thing.
I think that 1% is made up of corporate businesses and those business leaders that if they took that tax cut away from them, that would enable them to pay their employees more, which would help the economy, right?
Well, that's a fair thought, but we can look at wage growth. And the wealth of the top 1% has grown about 200 or so percent since the 1970s. The top 0.1% went up 400%. More than 400, but 400 within there. The bottom 90 or 95%, we've seen our wages grow 28%. And since then, I mean, we've seen inflation go up. I'm not talking about the COVID inflation, but we're talking since the 1970s. Inflation consistently goes up much higher than 28%. My point is this. Before either of us were born, there was a tax code that was more harsh on the top 1%. And when we tried to do trickle-down economics, where we tried to say, you know, if we give these guys more money, it'll just come down to us. It didn't. We did the experiment. It failed. It wasn't always like this, my friend. When corporations did well, CEOs did well back in the day, so would the workers. The workers would follow the trajectory. Now, when they do well, and they do even better than they did before, and worker productivity, so the work that regular people like you and me do, goes up, has gone up, our wages have been stagnant. So you're 17, I'm 23. I want a future that's successful for us to live in, and I'm telling you, brother, supporting Donald Trump, who his record shows he only gives a fuck about people that are like him, the top 1%. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be... I mean, you don't think so, but I understand. You said you don't know the policies, and that's okay. I'm listening to you. I'm listing the policies that hurt, right? For the criticism that you and I might have the Democrats, and we both do. There was 800,000 new manufacturing jobs under Biden. There was historic high public and private investment into construction, into manufacturing, that we haven't seen since World War II. And World War II, as you know, I'm sure, was a massive boom for American infrastructure because we were essentially the only industrial nation in the Allies that was not currently being bombed, right? And we're seeing that during... Yeah, go ahead.
We need to add also inflation, you know, on the brink of World War III, which Trump, right now in his presidency, is putting a stop to. How is that?
No, I don't believe that at all, my friend. Here, I can explain it to you like this. Donald Trump has done this sort of I'm a dove campaign language when he's running campaigns, but his governing is different. During his presidency, he increased drone strikes 435%. His first drone strike killed a little girl that was an American citizen. And we only know the first 2 years of his drone strikes because he removed the law, the transparency rules about the drone strikes. So in 2 years, which is the only thing we have on record, he out drone striked Obama, who out drone striked Bush, but he did it in 2 years compared to Obama's 8 years. It's not okay when Obama does it, and it's definitely not okay when Trump does it. When there was a war in Yemen, a genocide, I would say, where the Saudis were on the offensive attacking Yemen, and America was supplying them with guns, it's essentially giving a serial killer knives and bullets and guns. And in the Saudis' case, bombs.
I think you're lying, bro.
Why do you think I'm lying?
Because I don't think that's true.
That you don't think there was a war in Yemen?
No. I know there was I believe that there was a war in Yemen. I just the parts where the drone strikes and all these other things, I do believe you're lying about hitting an American little girl. I do believe you're lying about that.
It's true, brother. It's true. It's not necessarily the things you might want to hear because you like the guy, and I understand that.
No. It's not even about me liking the guy, bro. It's just about the facts of the situation. I do not believe a drone strike hit a little girl. If you can offer proof to that, I would automatically agree with you.
Trump kills American citizen in first drone strike. The killing of Nawar al-Awlaki. I don't pronounce the name well, I get it. She was born in 2009. She died in 2017. She died because of homicide. Oh, excuse me. It wasn't a drone strike. It was a military raid ordered by Donald Trump. She was dead by gunshot wound to the neck. A little girl born in 2009 in Yemen, age 8, in 2017, was shot in the neck. She was an American citizen.
I'm sorry, but these things, they happen in war. You know, when you have to send.
But then you can't say this guy's. You cannot say, my friend, that Donald Trump is the peace guy. When he increased drone strikes, when he did his first raid, which, by the way, my understanding is Obama was offered this raid and he did not say go ahead on the raid. Trump was offered the raid, probably offered the warnings, and said go ahead. Her last words were don't cry. Her last words were don't cry, mama, I'm fine. Now, if you want to do whataboutism, well, hold on 1 second, my friend. I'll get back to you. I'm going to finish this call and I'll go to you, all right? So, her last words were, mama, I'm fine. Don't cry. Has Biden ended up killing people? Yes. I am very critical of the Joe Biden foreign policy. Not so much with drone strikes, because he's pretty much ended the drone strikes. Whether or not you liked how orderly the pullout of Afghanistan was, he did end the war in Afghanistan. But his biggest flaw was being an endless supporter of the state of Israel and their genocide in Gaza. He has tainted his legacy forever, and he will be forever known as the president that supported a genocide against the Palestinians and allowed Donald Trump to win again. So that's my criticism of Joe Biden. I can fully criticize Joe Biden. I would hope you can criticize Donald Trump without giving him an excuse. And going back to Yemen, Bernie Sanders. You know Bernie Sanders?
I don't follow him much.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders is a progressive senator, good guy. I recommend him. Good person. He collaborated with Mike Lee, a Republican, conservative, not a liberal, not a progressive. So they made a bill together in the Senate to stop the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia. And it passed the Senate. Democrat and Republican. Well, he's an independent, but he caucuses with the Democrats, Bernie. But it's a left-wing and a right-wing person coming together to make this bill in a Republican majority Senate, and it passed the Senate. It eventually passed the House, and the bill got to Donald Trump's desk to stop supporting this genocide in Yemen. And he had an option to stop a war, at least America's support. At least take the blood off the hands of the American taxpayer, right? That's a good thing. This peace-loving guy voted against it because he's corrupt. He directly takes money from Saudi Arabia. At that point, he was already taking money through his hotels. And since that point, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, took $2 billion from the Saudis into a company that he made in between the 2020 and 2024 elections. Donald Trump is worth $5 billion. That deal is 2/5 of Donald Trump's wealth that the Saudis just directly gave his son-in-law. So it's inexcusable. It's inexcusable. And he wants to give Israel everything he wants. He killed General Soleimani. You know who Soleimani is?
No.
So Soleimani was this Iranian general, highest ranking general, I think, in the country. He was currently at that point in time fighting ISIS, terrorists. Now, he's a bad guy. He's not a wonderful guy. He's a military guy in the fucking Middle East. He's not going to be clean, right? But you do not kill foreign leaders that we just don't like just willy-nilly just because. But Donald Trump drone striked him. Donald Trump killed him, right? So Donald Trump... And that could have started a war, but Iran didn't start a war because they showed restraint. If someone did that to us, it'd be World War III.
As you just said, though, right? A world leader in the Middle East, of course, he's going to be shady. He was probably doing some things behind the scenes that we both don't know, and that is why he got drone striked.
We were not at war with Iran. We do not have a right to kill leaders we just don't like. We don't have a right to kill bad guys, even if they're morally reprehensible, right? We have to be at war. There's shit to this. And yeah, sure, there was a war on terror. But this guy was fighting terrorists at that moment. He was fighting ISIS. He was leading the attacks on ISIS. Donald Trump was willing to risk a war with Iran, probably because it was election season, dog. So,
Trump has balls.
But his balls lead to an American citizen, a little girl, getting killed. His balls lead to potentially starting World War III with Iran. Only didn't start because Iran showed restraint. His balls lead to more drone strikes, 435%. His balls lead to supporting a genocide in Yemen. His balls lead to bombs being dropped in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and Somalia. His balls lead to the Golan Heights being given to Israel, even though it's Syrian territory.
Those were needed. Those bomb strikes and those airstrikes.
No, they weren't needed, brother. You're just justifying. You said he was going to bring peace. You said he was going to bring peace, and I'm telling you how much of a warmonger he is. Are you happy?
I never said he would bring peace.
Are you happy that Marco Rubio, who Donald Trump called a warmonger, who Donald Trump said, Sheldon Adelson. You know Sheldon Adelson? No, you don't know Sheldon Adelson. Sheldon Adelson is this donor, is a Republican donor who's a massive warmonger, massive pro-Israel hawk. And Donald Trump criticized Marco Rubio for essentially being Sheldon Adelson's bitch. I think Donald Trump used the word puppet. He's being more polite than me. But then Donald Trump took money from Sheldon Adelson and let Sheldon Adelson write his foreign policy with Israel, which included giving Syrian territory to Israel illegally, which had moving the embassy to Jerusalem, keeping the Palestinians out of the conversation, allowing the West Bank to continue to be illegally occupied, allowing Gaza to be an open-air prison where 50% of the people were unemployed, where the population is so young because the old people would just die because conditions were so bad. He let Sheldon Adelson do whatever he wanted. I'm sorry?
Who today would stop that war, though, in Gaza and in Palestine? That
Trump's
whole war going on. You don't think so? You don't think Donald Trump has the balls and the power to stop that war?
It's not about balls, my friend. Who is Mariam Adelson? Sheldon Adelson's widow. You know of her at least, maybe? Since you follow Trump, you're a friend of Trump.
Can I just add on to that? Can I just respond to that? Because you definitely do need balls, brother. And because when you're a president,
but he doesn't have the balls to stand up. He doesn't have the balls to stand up to Israel.
You definitely need balls, brother.
He's Israel first. Okay. He took money from Sheldon Adelson's widow, $100 million, and what she wants to see is the West Bank. Do you know where the West Bank is on a map?
The West Bank where? In what state? In what city?
The West Bank is is one part of the Palestinian territory in Israel. It's not Gaza. It's governed by a different governing body, but it's Palestinian territory. And what Sheldon Adelson's widow, Mariam Adelson, wants to see is that land annexed by the state of Israel illegally. But she gave money to Donald Trump, and that's her expectations, because Donald Trump will do what the donors say. So when it comes, and Donald Trump has said about Israel and Palestine, even though Joe Biden has been so unbelievably, disgustingly pro-Israel, Donald Trump said that Israel's being held back by Joe Biden?
I think this is Iranian propaganda, to be honest.
You think this is Iranian propaganda? Saying Donald Trump's own words on the issue? So you said that so I think you're repeating what you see in the chat. And that's fine.
I'm just,
you said that,
and
yes.
I made a connection between my thoughts and this guy, and that's why I said.
Sure. So this is the thing. You said, will Donald Trump bring peace to the region? Okay? What Donald Trump has openly said he's going to do is let Israel do whatever the fuck they want. Finish the job. Okay? And if that means killing more Palestinian kids, which kids are the most of the people getting fucking killed in this conflict, bombing more schools, bombing more fucking refugee camps. What? You don't think that we've been bombing refugee camps and schools
He said he would
stop
the war.
Yeah, but then he says Israel's being held back and I would let them finish the job. What does finish the job mean? Kill as much as you need to do. Send in the tanks. Drop some napalm if you need to.
When did he say that, brother?
Trump, finish the job, Israel. You want the quote? I got you the quote.
Can it please be real though, brother?
Where in any of what I said?
I would love like a video quote, like a video on like
Israel
of his own words.
Israel and Hamas. Israel's the one. Biden said that he's the one. Actually, Israel is the one. And you should let them go and let him finish the job. And he doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian. And they don't like him very much because he's a very bad Palestinian, a very weak one. That's Donald Trump's own motherfucking quote, my guy. I'm not lying to you about nothing, brother. Donald Trump said, let Israel finish the job in the debate with Joe Biden in front of millions of people on camera. Okay? So let me be clear. I'm not fucking lying to you. I'm telling you how it is. And if how it is makes you uncomfortable, I'm sorry, but I'm going to tell you the truth, man.
No, okay? I'm not uncomfortable. I'm just trying to find this video because
it's the debate. It's the debate with Joe Biden. Donald Trump said the words. I'll repeat it again. Israel and Hamas. Israel's the one that wants to go. He, Biden, said that he's the one that's gonna... Oh, sorry, he's a little too fast. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian. They don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one. He used Palestinian as an insult. He called Joe Biden a Palestinian as an insult. No matter how you feel about Joe Biden, really? You're gonna call the people getting fucking genocided? You're gonna use them as an insult? That's fucking insane, dude. Okay, so you said he's gonna bring peace to the region. What he's gonna do is unleash Israel. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu, and frankly the entire Israeli public in the polls...
bring peace anywhere.
Huh?
You keep saying this, because you said it before and then you said it again. You keep saying this. You'll bring peace to the region. I believe Trump will bring peace to the USA. And will stop everything else that's happening. I believe that this war that you're
Come on, brother. So stop everything else that's happening. That includes like what? Our actions in other countries, right? Or the wars around the world.
In this country too, because it starts here.
I know, I understand that, but do you think he's going to end World War III? I think that's what you opened up with.
Ending World War III.
Or prevent World War III.
Preventing World War III is a a ball contest, my brother. Is a showing off contest between two superpowers, and
that's cool. America, that's cool if you wanna. That's cool if you. Okay, so no World War III. No World War III. Wait, my friend. That's a good goal. That's a good goal. I respect the goal. But I explained to you that Donald Trump has been a warmonger from day one, the moment he became president. His first raid killed a little girl. I gave you all the other reasons, the bombing, etc., 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 etc. He risked starting a multinational conflict when he bombed an Iranian general, and it didn't start a war because they showed restraint. He already risked that. And now he wants to let Israel do what he wants. He let Israel do whatever the hell they wanted because he took money, pro-Israel money in his first term. He took pro-Israel money in this election. And the person that gave it to him, Sheldon Allison's widow, wants him to let Israel annex the West Bank. And of course, let them do whatever the hell they want in Gaza. Donald Trump has openly said he'll let Bibi finish the job in Gaza. Okay? And if Israel, which is expanding their war now into Lebanon, if Israel decided to start a war with Iran, I guarantee you, my friend, Donald Trump would be more than willing to sacrifice American capital, sure, but I would bet American lives in a war with Iran. And Iran is no Iraq. Iran is not Iraq. Okay? If we tried to occupy Iran, the mountainous country it is, it's going to be a mess. Okay. No, I'm not saying Iran's going to conquer us. I'm just going to say we're going to be spending another multi-trillion-dollar war in the Middle East. You're 17, so maybe you're a little young. You don't remember Iraq and Afghanistan. It's a little bit before my time as well. But we were stuck there in these multi-year quagmires. And now Donald Trump is risking... He already risked starting a war with Iran.
Well, that was because of ISIS.
That was started.
And they
who?
were very...
That was because,
and they were
because
very
of who?
smart.
Wait,
that was because of
who?
ISIS.
No.
Because of ISIS, right? Or the Taliban, or whatever was there.
So, wait, you don't... This is me being genuine here. You don't know why we started wars in the Middle East in the 2000s?
No, I think that was before my time.
Yeah, so it started when we were real young. You actually weren't born yet if you're 17 now. In obviously in 2001, 9/11 happened. And then we started the war in Afghanistan, essentially to hunt Osama bin Laden. And the Taliban was in charge of Afghanistan. We took that government down, but then we had to be in Afghanistan for a long time, fighting the insurgency and looking for Osama. Turned out he went to Pakistan, whatever. We also, in 2003, started a war with Iraq because neocon warmongers, much like Donald Trump, wanted a war with Iraq. They just wanted it. They wanted it. They wanted to take down Saddam Hussein. They wanted the oil, whatever the reasons might be. But we went to war with Iraq. And we were stuck in Iraq and Afghanistan for many, many years. Now, Iraq and Afghanistan were never going to conquer the United States. They're not threats to America, right? And by the way, we were lied into the Iraq war. They said Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. He did not have weapons of mass destruction. And we spent trillions upon trillions of dollars on these fucking wars, which destabilized the Middle East, which allowed for the rise of ISIS, etc., etc., etc. And we were stuck there for so long because of warmongers and neocons. And now Donald Trump, who risked starting a war with Iran, which, by the way, is a horrible, horrible place to fight in. If you're, no matter how strong your country is, we could take down the Iranian government tomorrow, probably. We could bomb the hell out of them. But then we would have to occupy Iran. And that would just leave more dead Americans and trillions of dollars wasted. You get what I'm saying? And Donald Trump is now putting in neocons from the Bush era into his cabinet. Are you for that or against that? I'm curious. Are you for or against Marco Rubio getting to be Secretary of State?
Who?
Marco Rubio. Are you for or against Marco Rubio? Are you for or against Dick Cheney advisors being put into other positions in the cabinet? Are you for or against a political commentator who worked at Fox News who was pro-Iraq war to this day being put in charge of the Department of Defense? Are you against that?
Am I against pitting a pro-Iranian or a pro-Iraq guy against or inside of their actually I think I am. Actually,
you're against.
I think
you're against it, right?
Because no, I think I'm with it because
you're with it.
Yes, I would want someone there because you act like Israel or Palestine. Whoops, my bad. You act like Palestine is like, just this innocent country.
Well,
they've been trying to destroy Israel. You know this, right?
No, that's not true. Going back to my point, though, the guy that he's putting up for his Department of Defense is a pro-Iraq war political commentator. The guy he put for his Secretary of State is a neocon, a pro-war neocon that Donald Trump called a neocon, and a puppet of Sheldon Adelson. And now Donald Trump is trying to put them in. Now, you said Donald Trump was going to keep us safe. He's going to prevent the wars. He's going to prevent World War III, etc., etc., etc. He's putting warmongers into his cabinet. You for that? You guys, you're for putting the pro-war guys in?
and neocon, you said?
Yes, it's a simply think of that ideology as pro-war, pro-military industrial complex. They like the Iraq War. People like Bush, people like Dick Cheney, etc.
Okay, so someone who is pro-war, basically.
Essentially, yes. Or if we were to be charitable to them,
I would want to
yeah.
put a pro-war person into a war zone or a potential war zone. Yes, I would, because I would also want them to put them there as a fear factor, because I don't want Israel doing something to Palestinian soldiers or Palestinian children, because we've seen that.
That's amazing, dog. You came into this conversation saying Trump's gonna prevent wars, prevent World War III because of his balls or something.
Yes.
And
yes,
then he's putting people in. He's putting people in that never met a war they didn't like, that are supportive of wars that killed Americans. You understand, Iraq was fought for nothing. The people that died in Iraq died for nothing, the Americans. The million of Iraqi civilians, they died for nothing. They lied us into that war. They said there was weapons of mass destruction. There wasn't weapons of mass destruction. Even if there was weapons of mass destruction, that doesn't mean we go and invade a country. And you are just like, yeah, those guys, let them be part of the cabinet. That was fine. Are you not upset when you see American soldiers dead?
I do agree with you. There were no weapons of mass destruction. I do believe that was a super stretch. Like,
yeah,
I do believe that. You're definitely right about that. But you're talking about a lot of things that I don't know about.
Hey, no problem. I understand. I get that.
Basically, I just want to let you know something. I'm not gonna change my mind.
I mean, you have a right to have whatever feeling you want, but think about it yourself, man. You are saying you'll never change your mind, but you're being presented with so much information that you are just learning at this moment. I'm not gonna change your mind in one phone call, but there's a lot to the world, there's a lot to learn, and I recommend listening to just people from the other side, not just me. I think Sam Cedar's been in this game for a long time.
Brother.
I think Kyle Kalinski's a great commentator. I recommend watching Kyle Kalinski. He's a fun guy. And, actually try to learn about this stuff, because it's kind of amazing to me that you started off by saying Trump's going to prevent World War III and then have essentially endorsed the idea of Iraq war supporters running our entire Defense Department, which is why.
Well, those are things that I don't know about, right? But what I do know is.
Yeah, what do you know about? I'm curious.
Palestine was attacking Israel, because you kind of brushed past that earlier.
No, I disagree.
You just said no.
Do you think the war started on October 7th?
Hold on. Do I think the war started when?
On October 7th, when Hamas attacked Israel, do you think that was the beginning of this Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
Let me see. Starting on October, I believe it started from somewhere October 7th to, in the October zone.
October 7th, Hamas launched an attack, and that was the reason why the conflict escalated at the level it did today, right? But this conflict was way before October 7th. In 2008, 853 Israelis were injured. That's horrible. That's no good. 3,202 Palestinians were. In 2009, 123 Israelis, 7,460 Palestinians. 2010, 185 Israelis, 1,659 Palestinians. In 11, 136, 2,260. We skip a little bit. 2014, there was an escalation. 2,796 Israelis injured. 19,860 Palestinians injured. 2015, 339 Israelis injured. Still, 14,000 Palestinians injured. 2016, 202, 3,752 Palestinians. In 2018, there was an escalation, with only 130, though, Israelis getting injured, and 31,000 Palestinians being injured. 2019, 133 Israelis injured, 15,628 Palestinians. The point is this, my friend, and when you look at deaths from 2008 to 2020, 251 Israeli deaths, 5,590 Palestinian deaths. This conflict began before October 7th. Do you know the unemployment rate in Gaza before October 7th?
You said what?
The unemployment rate in Gaza before October 7th was around, I believe, 50-something%. But by October 2023, and by the end of September 2024, so this is not, okay, yeah, it's now 79%. So there was nearly half of people in Gaza were unemployed. There was no opportunity in Gaza. It was an open-air prison. They were preventing medicine and food and aid from coming in. And now there's 80% of people in Gaza are unemployed. Did you know 83% of the aid, food aid, going into Palestine has been stopped by Israelis? I mean, this is horrible shit.
That's an escalation of war, brother. That's an escalation.
Okay.
That's what happened.
So why is it that in these years prior, in 2018, why did 31,000 Palestinians get injured? Why is it that in 2008, so many Palestinians, to 2020, so many Palestinians were killed compared to Israelis? What was happening? What is happening when there's this disparity in deaths and injuries and displacements? What happened in 2021 in Gaza specifically?
I think an escalation happened because I believe attacking was happening, whether military or politically. You know what I'm saying? I believe that there was attacking going on both sides, and the escalation was brewing, and it spilled over into Israelites attacking the Palestinians and decimating them, absolutely causing destruction, mayhem, and murder. You know, this is disgusting. This is not things we want to see. You know, we want to get rid of these things, and this is why I believe Trump will do that.
Hey, and you know, an interesting thing, real quick, I see this in chat. I haven't really been paying attention to chat because I've been mainly paying attention to this conversation. But you know what happens when you are concerned with the rights of Palestinians and you're concerned about war and peace? You have folks like BP Slick. I'll give you a little shout out. Right, this combat vet / federal agent wants to light him up. You see what happens, my friend, when you talk about shit that matters? There are motherfuckers, conservatives out here that want to legitimately kill because I'm concerned about the lives of Palestinians.
I think that was a joke. I think that was a joke.
I mean, sure, let's just joke around people dying, you know. It's not like Mossad has ever killed anybody, right? I mean, this guy's saying that he's a combat veteran. He's saying, I don't know nothing. He has an Israeli flag as his profile picture. Okay, so the point is this, my friend. There was no peace in Gaza, in Israel, before October 7th. Can you agree on that?
There was no peace before what? Before
October 7th. Considering how there's consistent injuries and deaths beforehand, considering that in 2021 there was an escalation of war which displaced 72,000 Palestinians and killed many others. Right? Like, there was no peace in Israel.
I believe that there was something going on, whether military or politically, before October 7th. I believe that there was something going on, and October 27th was the starting point.
Okay, so you say there was something going on, and I'm curious, since you believe there was something going on, who's at fault? You know, the poorest people you can ever find in this fucking world, the place where there was no opportunity, the place where there was 50% unemployment, the place where there was starvation and poverty and unclean water, etc., or this developed, pretty much Western country in the Middle East, country named Israel, with the backing of the global superpower, the United States. I'm curious, who do you think was sort of the cause of these like
The
deaths,
grittier?
the deaths and the injuries of the years prior?
The even from where I live, bro, the grittier and the more disgusting a place is, the worse the people, the worse
I know,
the
but why do you
worse
why do you think those are the conditions
they're
though?
willing to do more. They are willing to do more, and
Why do you think those
you
are the
know,
conditions in Gaza though?
why do I think those are issues in Gaza?
Why do you think those are the conditions in which these people had to live? Why do you think that the population is so young? Because you can't grow old in Gaza. You're more likely to die. Why do you think that half of the deaths now are fucking kids? Or half of the population, rather, is kids under 18. Your age group.
Well, I believe that that's their country, you know?
And you blame the Palestinians.
That's their country.
You blame them.
I'm not blaming them. Okay?
Yes.
This is not a blaming game here, brother. This
Sure.
they made
I mean, you
they
did
made
blame the
conditions for
Palestinians. You said the
themselves.
Palestinians were the reason this conflict started earlier, but you're saying that they made the conditions which they're living in today.
The war, yes, but I believe there's conditions in Gaza that comes from, you know, their government, how they run things. They didn't do a great job.
Maybe it's you think that the big military power next to you, the nuclear military power with the most modern technology in the world, with a defense industry of its own, bombing you, preventing development, funding the most radical members of your society. They funded Hamas, by the way, Israel. You think that might have an impact on how your country develops, and you think maybe when Israel makes you poor, essentially, that would allow for radicalism to spread, and then maybe you can think, oh, I guess it's not exactly a black and white, this is just Palestinians' fault, and Palestine had it coming, and so on and so forth. Maybe you could think Israel has a certain responsibility for how those people were living, because Israel was kind of in control in that situation, and they funded Hamas.
Again, I don't believe that it's a blaming game, brother. I don't believe that. I don't believe that you can say...
It's not about blame, it's about responsibility.
Responsibility on what? What do you want to blame responsibility for the war on somebody?
Yeah, there tends to be a nation responsible for a war when a war begins.
Yeah, but I believe that there were both things going on both sides. When you take a swing at someone and they take a swing at you back, and then a fight breaks out,
so Israel takes multiple swings. You know, from 2008 to 2020, 5,590 swings that killed Palestinians. In 2018 alone, 31,000 swings that injured Palestinians. Only 130 in that same year of Israelis getting injured. So Israel takes 1 billion swings at fucking Palestine every fucking day. And then Hamas does October 7th, which I condemn. I condemn Hamas easily. So where exactly is this supposed to end? Is the solution here that Gaza and the Palestinians are supposed to just take the punches, the abuse? Or are you saying that essentially you're saying like, look, if a punch is thrown at somebody, then conflict will happen. You can't expect to be punched and not be punched back. So that puts the responsibility based on your own reasoning on Israel for throwing all those punches.
I feel like I'm reading the chat. I feel like we're getting a little bit off topic. Can we just circle back around to America? Because these guys are right. These guys are right here.
If you want to talk about so again, okay, we're gonna go back to domestic policy, but I just want to say on foreign policy, you can at least recognize that you're not the most informed, and you that Donald Trump is a very aggressive guy when it comes to war, has killed a lot of people, has supported regimes that killed a lot of people, and is going to continue to support that. But we can move on to domestic policy. What about domestic policy? Let's say the economy. What about the economy do you expect Donald Trump to improve on?
What I think he's gonna improve on?
Yeah, why you support the guy?
Well, first of all, let's talk about inflation, and then let's talk about prices of everyday things like food, like water, like even gas.
Yes.
Everything's gone up. Who's that? What's it gone up after? It's gone up after Biden.
Wait, hold up, real quick. I gotta respond to this because this is funny in chat. BP Slick, who's been one of the most funny chatters, I gotta say, says domestic policy. If you earn less than 100K at your age, so I'm 23, you're 17, so we're both young. If you earn less than 100K at our age group, then you're lazy.
I'm in school.
Yeah. He's in school. I'm working a regular job. BP Slick, you understand that half of Americans make under either $45,000, I believe. Half of Americans. Half of workers.
But that's BP Slick too.
Yeah. Well,
BP Slick is just roasted himself.
Exactly. Well, maybe he's among the top 1%. I don't know.
No, he's not.
Probably not.
No, he's not.
Yeah, so he says he works with 23-year-olds that make 100K. Congratulations. They are doing well. They're doing better than like 60-70% of Americans.
I walk past a lot of millionaires on the streets of Los Angeles, bro.
Yep. Hey, and I've been in Florida. There's a lot of rich people here. There's a lot of poor people here. It's the inequality is ridiculous. But okay, you have good, reasonable concerns. The price of goods, the inflation, and so on and so forth. I also want things to be cheaper, especially things like housing, right? Rent, right? So Donald Trump doesn't have solutions to those things. Donald Trump, what he did was, when he was president, was tear at the social safety net. He did a tax policy, which gave 83% to the top 1%, 83% of the benefits. He has a tax bill now that when you analyze it, when it's been looked into, has been found to raise taxes on the bottom 95% of Americans and only cut taxes for the top 5%. He wants to do tariffs, which I'm not principally against tariffs. I'm fine with tariffs, right? I'm fine with tariffs that are targeted, specific, and used the way tariffs are supposed to be used. For example, there was a tariff on Chinese EVs, electric vehicles, that was put into place to make sure that Chinese electric vehicles don't flood the domestic market, the American market, and outcompete American vehicles. That's fine. I understand it. The bosses of the auto industry liked it, and the workers did as well. I'm for it. But what Donald Trump's talking about is tariffs across the board on all goods coming in. And that's been found to be inflationary. It's going to raise cost annually, $3,000 to $4,000 new dollars of new cost burdens that's going to be put onto the American people. That's not anti-inflationary. It's going to make... Yeah, go ahead.
It's not just Trump here, because you're looking into his policies, and these are policies that are day one policies, you know? Mm-hmm. They can change, and he has a lot of good people in his corner. Elon Musk.
I don't believe he has a lot of good people, man. I gotta say.
You don't believe Elon Musk and the Ramsey guy? I don't know his full name, but the Ramsey guy, I know. Or Raslami.
Yeah.
You don't believe that those are good people? You don't believe that those are good people that could get this country on track?
I mean, Elon has. There was an interesting thing where he saw this tweet because he's always on Twitter, where they were saying like the beginning of Donald Trump. He's gonna make the economy. He's gonna do this and this and this. He's gonna cut a lot, like the social safety net, the things that keep you safe during like crisis and when you're experiencing hard times. He's gonna cut this, and it's gonna increase poverty. It's gonna make things tough for the regular people. But it's necessary. It needs to be done. And then they reference Milei in Argentina, who's the president of Argentina, who's a radical far-right guy, a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist. And Argentina currently has a 50% poverty rate. So the richest man in the world endorsed the idea because he replied to that guy. He's like, yes, this is true, or some shit like that, whatever he says. Wow.
Elon Musk does a lot of trolling on X.
What'd you say?
Elon Musk does a lot of trolling on X, and he'll send out a lot of bait that.
No, I don't think that's bait. I'm sure he'll send out bait, but like what he was describing there was a policy prescription. Or what he was responding to there was just talking about what's going to happen. He's like, yeah, that's going to happen. And it's consistent with right-wing ideology. It's consistent with other countries, right? And hold on one moment. All right, it's consistent with what we were seeing in the world today, and Argentina is doing those policies. Milei, and he has risen poverty to 50%. So what they're saying, essentially, what they want to do is just cut. They want to do austerity, and they're not going to target, honestly, based on Donald Trump's own record. They're not going to target things like the military budget. They're not going to target things like war. They're going to target things like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. They're going to target things like they're going to target lunch programs and food programs, things that put food in the belly of people that are poor and hungry. That's what they're going to target. And they're not going to actually break down what makes things expensive in this country. They're not going to say, maybe in the military we could do more public contractors instead of depending on private contractors. They're not going to say, maybe we could cut the military budget, so instead of spending next in the top 10 biggest military budgets combined, maybe we could spend the top 5 richest military budgets combined. They're not going to do that because he has a record, man. So no, I don't think that they're going to help, and they're not proposing any program that will actually help the people. I mean, Mike Johnson,
so
the Speaker the Speaker of the House, real quick. Mike Johnson.
Who?
Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson?
Yeah, he's the current Speaker of the House. He's a Republican, and he has said that I want to get rid of the CHIPS Act, and the CHIPS Act provided $50 billion to our manufacturing industry. That public investment into manufacturing was one of the reasons there's private investment into manufacturing, and I believe the number of public and private is about 250 billion in recent years, and that's the highest it's ever been since World War II. That is good for the economy. That is good for job creation, and Mike Johnson said he's going to scrap that, and he has the power to do that. They can reverse things that Biden did just like that, because they got a majority in the Senate, House, and they have the presidency soon. So
I haven't seen Mike Johnson, even though he's a Republican, I haven't seen him anywhere near or even involved with the Trump running or campaign.
Well,
I don't believe he's involved in any way. I believe he's just the Speaker.
That's a good point, but Speaker of the House is one of the biggest policymakers in this country, and he was with Donald Trump. You saw Donald Trump at the UFC?
Yeah.
He was with Donald Trump in his walk into the UFC. He was the nerdy guy with glasses. But he was there with him. He was part of the entourage. He was with Donald Trump in the plane where there was that picture of RFK being forced to eat McDonald's. He was there in the background, or like with the guys. He didn't get a seat at the big boys table, but he was with them. So he will have a massive sway in policy making. He's the Speaker of the House. I mean, legislation comes from the House and the Senate, and they go to the president. So.
Oh, well, I don't. Things like that, like how you just said, cutting that. I don't believe Trump will allow that, and also, you don't believe some parts of the 2017 tax cuts and the Jobs Act. One of Trump's signature.
Yeah, it was his biggest legislative accomplishment. Yeah.
You don't believe those were good? That are scheduled to relapse or to lapse at the end of 2025. You don't believe that those coming back in would be great for the economy?
This is the thing. In that bill, there were tax cuts to middle class and poor people. They were a lot smaller than the tax cuts for the rich. I mean, the poorest bracket got like an extra $70, and I'm sure you understand, $70 can go away just like that at a grocery store, right? So, no, I mean, it was barely anything for the poor and middle class. And the funny thing is, in that bill, the taxes towards the poor and middle class had a sunset clause. You know what the sunset clause when it comes to bills?
Hold on, cause I would like to add some of my personal experiences from 2017, experiencing this tax cut and this Job Act. When Trump was in office, and I was young, really young. I think I was like 14 to 15, or maybe 16, somewhere, maybe even younger than that, right? Not doing the math, but but
we were both young. I was 16.
Yeah. So I'm young, right?
Yeah.
Compared to now, where my mom can barely. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment then, and we live in a 2-bedroom apartment now.
Yes.
So in that back then in 2017, my mom was able to fill that refrigerator up in that freezer, and you know what I'm talking about, right? It was filled up with eggs. And, you know what I'm saying? It was filled cheese, eggs. You could go in there and you could make yourself something to eat. Nowadays, my mom is struggling to fill up 2 rows, and she can keep the freezer full. So this is the problem, and this is why I don't believe in these statements that you're talking about, because my personal experiences tell me otherwise.
Listen, I don't doubt that I don't doubt your struggle or your family's struggle. But number one, we're still living with the Trump tax bill today. That didn't go away. It expires in 2026. And now that Trump's going to be president again, he's going to extend it, and he's going to probably add new tax cuts. But when you look at the data about the tax changes, because of the tax bill, the top 1% got $61,000 of new money. The lowest quintile, so $0 to $27,000 earners, got $70 only. Goes away like that. Second quintile, this is a good amount of people. This is over half of workers in America. $27,000 to $53,000. That's the earnings, or that's what you earn. And they get $390 only from this tax bill. That goes away. Yeah, people could lose that in one single grocery store, or maybe if you're frugal and you try not to spend too much, 2 grocery store visits. So I can assure you that the reason why you and your mother had more food in your refrigerator was not because of the Donald Trump tax bill, because that was not that's not life-changing money. I'm just going to keep it real. That's me working 3 days.
No, I'm not talking about the money part. I'm talking about the tax cuts on the prices of foods, prices going up, inflation, and these sorts of things. Those all come from that.
Well, the tax cuts didn't cut the price of food during Trump's administration. Inflation, it wasn't like ridiculously high in those years, but it was higher than actually the Obama era. The tax cuts did not cut the price of food. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean there's more taxes on foods now.
No, I mean we are still living with the Trump tax cuts now.
Yeah, now I'm talking about like maybe
back
5 years ago.
Well, are you saying like Biden changed it? Because Biden didn't, because the Trump tax cuts lasted until 2026. So every single year of Joe Biden, we had the same Trump tax code. It expires 2026.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And it's not like the Trump tax cuts necessarily, because of something in those tax cuts, made the food go up. All the tax cuts really do is like I said, it's you look at your income, you see how much your income group gets. Half of the people are in the second quintile, which is the second lowest. They only get $390. That's like 3 days of work. For like if you work I don't know, $20 an hour, $19 an hour, or something like that. So yeah, not great. And now he wants to do a tax bill, which will make your refrigerator even more empty, because he wants to take money from you. It will get 95% of all earners will have a tax increase. That's no good in my view. And then again, the tariffs, the research finds, like you put it across the board on everything, the companies that still will make profit building overseas, they still now have this new cost. They want to keep the same profit margins. They just move that cost onto the consumers. If you think maybe the tariffs are going to maybe bring the jobs back, Biden was already bringing the jobs back, not by doing tariffs, which that will increase prices directly. He was doing investments into manufacturing and got the private industry to invest into manufacturing. And if Kamala was in for any flaw that she had, if she just came in, kept the same administration, did nothing, you would see a boom of manufacturing jobs because the jobs come after the investments, and we've been in the investment period. Even though we already seen 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, we saw 200,000 manufacturing jobs lost under Donald Trump, 800,000 manufacturing jobs made under Joe Biden. And if Kamala came and did nothing, you would see another boom coming from the public and private investments in the construction of manufacturing. So we can bring back the jobs without crippling the economy. Now, I understand about inflation, right? Is a concern. Yeah. It's my concern too. But there are reasons why things are inflation. One of the things is some corporations found this time to be an opportunity to raise prices and get to blame inflation. There was global inflation. Biden didn't press like the inflation button. I don't think he wanted the inflation, right? But during the peak of inflation, America was handling it better than the other developed countries in the world, our economic contemporaries. And inflation has gone down. Now, I understand for you, it might not feel like enough because Joe Biden is ultimately he's no Franklin Roosevelt. He didn't do a New Deal. He didn't fundamentally transform the economy. So it's a lesson for Democrats. You can't just be decent. You have to be great. And I understand for you, Democrats failed you. So I don't take that away from you.
But I think you also need to understand that Trump, Biden, and Harris, they all want a manufacturing boost. These are not things that they don't want.
I don't think Trump really cares, actually. It's rhetoric for him. But we see in his actions. You know?
Why don't you believe he cares?
Yeah, so he said that he was going to end the bad trade deals that took the jobs away. Now, when he was president, he didn't approve of the TPP, sure. He said he didn't like NAFTA. But then he did the USMCA, his trade deal, which was a renegotiation of NAFTA, which ended up just being NAFTA with provisions from the TPP. From the trade deal he didn't like. Well, again, I don't think that's what he's talking about when he says that's the mistakes he made. I think the mistakes he's talking about was saying he put Mike Pence and Mike Pence didn't steal the election for him. He had these generals around him that, for whatever flaws they might have, were not like sufficiently loyal enough to him. That's the mistakes he's making. He never admits failure when it comes to policy. You know, he can say, I made a mistake there because it's attacking an individual. It's their fault. But, again, going back to the point, he did not bring the jobs back. He did a manufacturing plan which allowed more jobs to be sent overseas. He did a trade war with China, which is interesting, but if the mission was to lower the trade deficit with China, America increased our trade deficit under Donald Trump.
Can I say something?
Sure, you can jump in.
Trump pledged to take jobs and factories from places like China. You know what I'm saying?
He failed, though. He failed. Joe Biden succeeded in that regard. Joe Biden saw 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Joe Biden saw historic high. I'm not talking. When I say investment, by the way, I'm not talking about the stock market. Fuck the stock market. You feel me? Those motherfuckers are the vein of this fucking existence, right? I'm talking about direct investments in construction, shovels in the ground, building new factories. $250 billion, the highest since World War II, under Biden. That doesn't mean Biden's amazing, and I criticize Biden in our conversation, but that's a fact.
But
you know
that's one great thing out of many terrible.
But again, those are the only things I can give Trump credit for. Trump also, in an unrelated thing, said nobody's going to die because of lack of insurance in his America. That implies some sort of universal healthcare system, which he is on the record of supporting in the past. But while he was president, he was able to kick a few million people off their insurance by doing some fuckery with Obamacare. But he couldn't even fully get rid of Obamacare, even though he tried. He failed because of one vote from John McCain. He wanted to kick 30 to 40 million people off their health insurance. That would have literally killed millions, or at least hundreds of thousands, because they wouldn't have access to a doctor. You know what I'm saying? Right now, there's Obamacare, meaning me and you, if our parents got insurance, until we're 26, we can be on our parents' insurance. Beforehand, it was only up until 18. So you are very close to that line if Obamacare never passed. Now, I'm not a big fan of Obamacare per se. I want universal healthcare, period. Like every other developed country in this world, the people deserve better. But I am glad that Obamacare exists so that 30 million people, 40 million people have insurance. And Donald Trump tried to get rid of that. Donald Trump tried, and he failed because one Republican was like, no, we're not going to do that to millions of people.
He tried to get rid of it to bring in a better healthcare system because Obamacare is not efficient.
Well, that's what he said, but he was asked directly what his healthcare plan is 8 years after his presidency on that debate stage, and he said he had concepts of a plan. He did not have a plan during his presidency. He does not have a plan now. The plan is to just repeal.
Put him on the line. They put him on the spot there, and then they asked him his plan.
It's really not that hard, man. If you had Bernie Sanders up there and asked, like, Bernie Sanders, what's your healthcare plan? Medicare for all, single payer healthcare. We need to get everybody insured. We need to expand Medicare. You know, there was a time before we had Medicare, and we did it gradually, and now everybody above a certain age group is covered. A politician that cares, or at least is knowledgeable of his own policies, could answer that question in an instance, but he said concept of a plan. That's an excuse that would not get you extra time on a fucking homework assignment. You get what I'm saying? If someone asks, like, did you start the project? Well, I have concepts of the project, you know. I've been thinking about it. That's not enough. That's a way of saying, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing on this project.
I don't believe so.
So what's Trump's plan?
Well, let's take a look.
Yeah. I think there was something at the time called Trump Care. Potential concepts of a plan are widely unpopular. A majority of voters think we should keep the Affordable Health Care Act. Okay. Including most Democrats and most independents.
I see what you're not liking.
Yeah?
It's the TCGA for disproportionately benefiting the wealthy, huh? That's what you don't like?
What are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about a specific Trump plan? I want to just know the Trump plan. Because there are many concepts of plans, including allowing insurance to deny coverage for people with pre-existing conditions, greatly unpopular. That's for Democrats, independents, and Republicans. Stopping Medicare from having the ability to negotiate prices, greatly unpopular. 77% unpopular for the first one, 73% opposed for the second one I mentioned there. Allowing healthcare insurance companies to provide higher premiums to individuals who let their healthcare coverage lapse. Also, greatly unpopular, 70% oppose. Allowing insurers to impose annual and lifetime limits on healthcare coverage, 68% oppose. Decreasing federal funding to public healthcare programs, 67% oppose. Decreasing regulations on health insurance companies, 54% oppose. Making it official U.S. Department of Health and Human Services policy that abortion is not healthcare, 52% oppose. And creating stricter work requirements for Medicaid recipients, 48% oppose, but only 39% support, so it's still a negative net 9%. The point is, there's many potential concepts for a GOP healthcare plan, but none of them are popular, and none of them would be good. I mean, we could go through that list again, and I guarantee you, even you would oppose most of these things, right?
Let me see, healthcare plan?
Yeah, so, like, would you be down with allowing insurers to deny coverage or charge people more if they have, quote, pre-existing conditions? Are you down for that? That existed before Obamacare.
Say again?
Allowing insurers to deny coverage or charge people more if they have pre-existing conditions.
Pre-existing conditions, I think that vastly depends.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the health insurance companies did before. For example, someone got skin cancer, right? And then their health insurance denied coverage for them. And they were like, why? And it said, well, you said you had acne as a teenager. You say that's just acne, but we say it's a cancerous skin lesion in development. So, we're going to deny you health care, or we're going to charge you more. That's not
Well,
fair, right?
well, that's just that's a say thing. They're saying that the facts are he
No,
has access.
no, it's we're your insurance company. We're denying. We're not going to pay for your treatment for your skin cancer because you had fucking pimples.
I don't believe that would happen.
It did happen.
When did that happen? Can you search up a specific
I'll look
case?
it up for you. Person denied access to healthcare for skin cancer pre-existing conditions. This was like a 2008 like story back in the day, so I'm looking for it for you. There's a lot of information here.
Yeah. While you're doing that, you know, on the ACA, you know, the Affordable Care Act, you know, it's no longer retain the level of political or public support they did in 2016. Instead, recent comments from President Trump have suggested he takes credit for saving the ACA. This may intensify more focus on technical fixes across the sector, rather than sweeping reforms.
But you know what that's saying though, right?
Yeah, what is it saying?
Trump is now claiming credit for the ACA. Trump, you know, the ACA is Obamacare, right?
Yeah.
So Trump is now claiming he's for Obamacare. Or not that even though he wanted to repeal it, he's claiming he protected it somehow, even though he attempted to repeal it and failed to repeal it.
I think he's saying he saved it. And,
he said he saved it, even though he attempted to repeal it.
No, I think he was just focusing on technical fixes across the sector rather than sweeping reforms.
But brother, he wanted to repeal it completely. The attempt was to repeal it completely. You remember when John McCain voted no on that, right? On the repeal of Obamacare?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it was an attempt. It was a big deal. He wanted to repeal Obamacare completely, the Affordable Health Care Act. And now Donald Trump is claiming that he saved the Affordable Health Care Act when all he did was fail to repeal it, man. If you want to talk about popularity and stuff, when you got Donald Trump now taking credit for it, you know it's that's a pretty successful thing, at least in terms of popularity. But again, I mean, we looked at the polling, and people do not want the benefits of the ACA to disappear, whether it's protecting people with pre-existing conditions, whether it's having Medicare negotiate drug prices, whether it's, federal funding to public health care programs. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if Donald Trump gets rid of Obamacare, all those things go away. Every single thing I was talking about there.
Hold on, let me see if Trump actually does want to get rid of Obamacare.
Well, it's not about what his statements are; it's his actions. He attempted to repeal it.
Yeah, I'm looking up the repeal right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was the GOP-led House of Representatives that passed a repeal bill in May 2017. Trump called them to the White House for a celebratory appearance and said Obamacare was, in his words, essentially dead. This is a great plan. I actually think it'll be better. This is a repeal and replace of Obamacare. Make no mistake about it. However, even though the Republican-controlled Congress and the White House this year failed to unite behind a plan to do so, or that year failed to unite around a plan to replace it, so they did not unite around a plan. They didn't have a plan at that moment. Ending any serious attempts to completely jettison the Affordable Health Care Act, Trump spent the rest of his term trying to chip away at the law. And he did try to repeal it. It got to the Senate, and it failed.
Well,
so, that's an attempt to get rid of it.
More recently, Trump has said he never wanted to end. He says he doesn't want to end the Affordable Care Act, right?
But do you take people at their word, or do you think their actions speak louder?
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see his actions.
I'm asking about your thought process, man. If someone like,
I agree with you.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I agree with you, but we'll have to see his actions.
We will see.
And yeah, we will see. But I do believe, you know what I'm saying? It was his first campaign, and he just supported the idea of getting rid of the Affordable Care Act. I do not believe that he wanted to, you know what I'm saying?
But
I never believed that there was a malicious outright.
The House passed a repeal, though. The House passed a repeal. He celebrated with the congressman in the White House, and he said Obamacare is dead. And then it went to the Senate. It failed because one Republican decided, I'm going to vote no on it. I'm not going to risk the health care of 30 million people. Right?
Well, that's probably because it was pretty bad, and him supporting the idea of getting rid of.
What was pretty bad? The Obamacare was pretty bad? The Affordable Health Care Act?
Yeah, the Affordable Health Care Act. And in 2016, maybe it was pretty bad because, BP Slick, the troll right here, he just said the price went up because of Obamacare. I went from paying $0 to $450 for 3 months.
Well, I can't speak for him, but because of Obamacare, now insurers can't deny people for quote unquote pre-existing conditions. Now insurers have to negotiate with Medicare to lower drug prices. Now there's more federal funding into public health care. There was Medicaid expansion that got people health care that didn't have health care. So I can't speak for BP Slick's experience. He's now talking about insulin. He said he paid $0 because of his private healthcare insurance. I don't know what his private healthcare insurance, but many people don't have that fucking experience, BP Slick. And motherfuckers were rationing their insulin and dying, motherfucker. And it was actually the Biden administration that passed bills to allow Medicare to negotiate insulin costs and a cap on insulin costs to $35. So, you can complain about $450 insulin because of Obamacare, but I bet you're real thankful for Biden for putting a cap of $35. It's a lot more affordable. But going back to you, sir, I think that you've been a pretty good guest. You've been at least willing to have a conversation, and we've been disagreeing throughout this whole conversation. But I do advise you, we're both young, we both can learn and all that stuff, and I don't like it usually when people are saying, you need to grow and learn and all that stuff. But as you said, when we were talking about a bunch of different things, you didn't have the information for a lot of different things. So I recommend putting in more news from the opposing side, from people that you might not listen to today, not just, Elon or Twitter or Fox News or whatever. But I recommend Kyle Kulinski, The Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Those are two great guys.
It's not a bias on one side. It's a time management thing. I also wrestle. I'm in school.
No, I get that.
I have a lot of things going on, so it's more so just a time thing. Also,
I feel you.
Also, you said something about this being a great conversation, and I do believe that. And what you said about me not having the information, yeah, I don't. And all these people in here that were talking shit about me, I sat in here, didn't know half the shit this guy was talking about, and still had a better conversation than half you niggas in here, so I don't want to hear nothing.
You're right, man. You're right. You compared this conversation to my stream yesterday, and you had these grown-ass men that couldn't ever shut up and listen. You know what I'm saying? And And of course, I was going to interrupt them too because it's my stream. I got to match their energy. And because you came in willing to have a conversation, we had a conversation. Actually, like 4 times in this stream, I had 4 decent conversations. So, I respect you for that. I respect you for that. BP Slick, you can, yeah. BP Slick's a piece of shit, but but you're above that.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know about a lot of these things.
Yes, sir.
It was great. It was great. I got to know about a lot of things. I still do believe that Trump. You mentioned some things like the cabinet, cabinet and shit like that, but most of it, I do believe Trump was doing his best during the 2016 election, and I do believe he'll do better now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I disagree with you, but we can agree to disagree, and we will see what happens in this term. Thank you for the respectful conversation. Feel free to call in whenever I'm streaming, all right? Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, you too.
Yes, sir. All right, folks. I'm going to end the stream soon. Hola, como esta? Soy de Colombia. I don't know what you're saying because I don't speak Spanish, but I'm assuming you're saying hello. You're from Colombia. No, unknown caller. I am ending stream soon. And BP Slick says, you're afraid of people like me. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about no motherfucker on a keyboard. You out here on the keyboard, bro. You out here an American with the Israeli flag, bro. You simping for another nation. Correct, you are a cookie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Spanish understander, me. Anyway, let's play it off with a little tune, alright? Let's see, what MIDI songs do I have pulled up before I head out? This is a good ending stream song right here. Joe Blow says Trumpers be concerned about feelings more than they hold on. A lot of them, that's the case, you know. John says liked and subscribed. Thank you very much, John. I appreciate that. BP Slick says, how much is your Belth insurance? I don't know what Belth insurance is, BP Slick. You know, if you want a serious response, you should be a more serious person. It's a real simple formula. I can tell you the deductible's way too high. The deductible's ridiculous. But under your system, BP Slick, insurance companies are going to get to do even higher deductibles. They're going to be completely unregulated. We won't even have Medicare negotiating prices. Isaiah says, I came here 2 years ago now. Trump is in office. Will I also be deported? I came here legally after waiting 3 years. I hope you're not deported. I think you're in a bit of a better position if you're here legally. But they are talking now about unnaturalizing citizens, meaning the people that are naturalized, the people that have become American citizens, they might be targeting, which is very concerning because I know a lot of immigrants. So listen, Isaiah, I hope for the best. I think you add a lot of value to the country. And I hope they don't target you. BP Slick says, no in all caps. Sorry, BP Slick, it's just reality. DACA is on the block. And Stephen Miller, Trump's immigration guy, who's been part of the cabinet before, who's going to be part of the cabinet or the inner circle now, who was part of the campaign, has said he's interested in denaturalizing citizens. If you're interested in denaturalizing citizens, I'm not interested in what you got to say, Mr. BP Slick. Miller is very much not based, I can tell you that. I can tell you that, folks. Leo says, Trump has Congress, Senate, and Supreme Court. Don't act like we can apply normal legal theory for what's about to happen. Exactly. Exactly. That's very true. Normal legal theory is not exactly at the forefront. Dictator on day one, as he said. Exactly? Question mark. Put the drugs down. VP Slick, are you projecting something? I am a clean motherfucker. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke weed. I don't drink alcohol. Where did you study anything? I mean, prove me wrong, VP Slick. You're now appealing to authority. You're now appealing to college. You know, I was told by a bunch of conservatives that college is a waste of time. Arina says, I like what you're doing, bro. Not sure it'll change anyone's mind, though. Trumper's gonna Trump. Hey, you know, either way, I get to make content, and that makes me happy. Wolfgar says, greetings, stranger. Live long and prosper. Thank you, Wolfgar. BP Slick says, answer the phone. What you calling, buddy? Because I put on Do Not Disturb. Epstein says college is mostly a waste. Read for yourself. Look, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of college degrees that people probably won't use. There's the difference between college and regular K-12 education is that it's specialized. So if you want to go through in certain careers, you need to get a college education, and that's why I think we need free college. And I also think we need free trade school, because if someone wants to go into the trades, they should not be burdened by debt either. Joe Blow says, I don't need 20. My stonks are doing aight, except for the RFK announcement fucked my Pfizer a little bit. Hope we bounce back. Inan is better than you in every way possible. I don't know who Inan is. Isaiah says, so my abuela came here a long time ago, also from Colombia, legally. She voted for Trump. Is that good or bad? I don't think that's very good. Not the best. But trades are really important. Definitely agree. I agree, Nathan. Free, no. Lower cost, yes. Nothing is free. No slavery. Free at the point of service does not equal slavery, my friend. Every doctor in Canada or every doctor in the UK is not a slave. That doesn't really make sense. Who pays for the stuff? The same way we pay for the bombs. Except instead of buying bombs and blowing up kids, instead of spending money on war, we should spend money on our own people. Who paid for, let's say, the infrastructure in the New Deal? Who paid for the job creation in the New Deal? Who paid for building this country back from the Depression? We did. And the money that we put into the government should go back into the country. Thoughts on the IRA? Pretty alright. I mean, it could have been better. It could have been the Build Back Better plan, which was looking better, but conservative Democrats were the reason it didn't pass, unfortunately. It's a tragic reality. But folks, we've been at this stream for about 4 hours. And it was a good time. We probably got a good amount of watch hours from this. But oh wait, y'all talking about investing in a Roth IRA, and then y'all talking about the Irish Republican Army. I was not talking about that. I was talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, I was talking about a different IRA there, my friends. What is this song? This is a MIDI version of Childish Gambino's Redbone. I'm still recovering from being fully vaxxed. Me too. I gotta get a vaccine before I head to a trip in December. Another COVID vaccine. That's gonna upset some people, but... oh shoot. What happened to the music? I'm out here only playing MIDI songs. That avoids the copyright, you know? Ain't nobody says I'm happy the Orange Man is back and I'm not even from America. Well, watch the stream. Go ahead and watch the VOD. It's not a great thing for you. Or anybody. Leo says, I heard you name dropped Kyle Kalinske. Yeah, Kyle's great. Kyle is wonderful. He's my favorite of the political commentators. I grew up on his shit. He's a wonderful guy. Cece says, these clowns won't be able to pray polio away. Well, as a Christian, I say God has blessed us with the polio vaccine and blessed us with a man that when he made the polio vaccine, made it free. And unfortunately, now many conservatives are letting their kids get polio because they're anti-vaccine, which is unfortunate. God for Real says, what campaign promises would Kamala have delivered on by now? Well, she would be, if she had won, she would have been made president on January 20th, and then she could get to work. She wouldn't have been able to do any policies by now, but I would like to see her housing policy done. I would just like to see her anti-price gouging policy done. I would like to see her potentially remove some of the war hawks from the Biden administration. And I'd like her to continue and expand upon, for example, manufacturing investment and infrastructure investment. I think she would have a pro-union National Labor Relations Board. I think she would have Kathleen Khan at the FTC. So those are just some of the stuff I would have predicted she would have done, but she's not president, and she won't be president. Hopefully Democrats can do better than Kamala by 2028. All right. Not all taxes are equal. I don't like mRNA tech, but I'm more vaxxed than most of the population. Vaxes. He blessed us with Trump, and that's why I haven't heard of the polio issue. Yeah. Well, whatever you say, Tristan. She could have 25th Biden. Yeah, that would have been nice. Joe Blow says the chorus to this tune is "Stay Woke." Interesting how how successfully they've been at flipping it into a negative connotation thing. However many years it's been. Well, you know what, my friend? I'm woke. I don't care. The people that are against wokeness can't even define woke. And somebody that'll present a definition is different from the next conservative that presents a definition. This person here said something in a foreign language. So, let me go ahead and translate that. Stay woke, Leo. Thank you for watching. This gentleman, Raul, said that he suffers from persistent pain. I'm sorry to hear that, Raul. Andre Gabriel says, you look like the type of guy to say, sorry, sir, your apple expired. See you later, Joe. Thank you for watching. Anti-woke is obsessed with black culture. They are. They are. Bonsai Babe says, this Canadian here is woke. Can't believe how ignorant half Americans are. Well, you know what? On behalf of the nation to your south, I apologize. Hopefully, though, y'all in Canada keep the conservatives out. Clay says, women, take a man, remove the logic and reason and accountability. That's the definition of a woman. Wow, aren't you funny, Clay? Comedian. Bonsai Babe and anybody that is fucking with the stream. If y'all fuck with my message, if y'all fuck with my debates, if y'all fuck with my stream, make sure to subscribe. Also, there's a donation link in the description. You can donate. Damn, this dude that's making all these minis, bro. He just pumps this shit out, bruh. Gaming with Naden says, hi, I make music. Can you listen and tell me what you think? Gaming with Naden. I'm about to end my stream soon. Much love to you, brother. But I'm about to dip. Thank you, Bonsai Babe. Appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. BP Slick trying to be my wife, man. I don't know, man. I don't really swing that way. People need to stop using woke and they don't know what it means. I agree. Anyway. Bonsai Babe said, that won't stop rifles. Aren't you BF Slick says that. Aren't you an edgy motherfucker, you? Didn't you take an oath to protect this fucking Constitution, man? Why are you a Trump supporter, prick? Dumbass. Go suck a dick. Anyway. Y'all gotta understand, man, this Donald Trump fella, he's not like us, man. He ain't looking out for us. He ain't looking out for you either, BP Slick. You out here hating from the motherfucking sidelines. You out here hating, BP Slick, from the motherfucking sidelines. You think Donald Trump's looking out for you, man? You a fool, man. You a fool. Looking into Kamala's affordable housing plan, do you see any problems with the logic behind selling federal land to developers to make cheap boxes? Cheap boxes? Are you talking about single-family housing or fucking apartments? I want a ton of cheap, big apartments that would increase housing supply by the millions, so the housing supply meets demand. That would be wonderful. Say Drake. Drake. Multi-family housing. Yes, sir. That's what I want to see. Kofirano, I can't pronounce his name, says, hello, I am Brazilian, and I'm an American. BP Slick, a lot of Americans didn't buy a house. Does that mean they don't have a say in the housing market? Maybe the housing market is too expensive. Maybe the rents are a little too high. Why don't you actually care for your neighbor? And care for your fellow American? It's a simple question. Oh, that's sad. Really? Yes, I know rent's not buying a house, you fucking dumbass. You know how stupid people gotta be when they explain the most basic concept that, yes, everybody fucking understands. The housing costs in general are too high, both in mortgages and in rent. It's ridiculous. You don't give a fuck about people, that's why you're a fucking Republican, man. Gavril says, cheap boxes that tank the value of people's current homes. Yeah, you know, I gotta say, property value, not a big priority of mine. Land value, not a big priority of mine. My big thing is making sure that houses are cheaper and rents are cheaper. And I want to see governments make big, tall, multi-family buildings that make the market have to compete and say, wow, look at all these now affordable options. Looks like we can't fucking price gouge our people anymore, and we gotta lower rent to be competitive. I want to see more tenant unions in fucking neighborhoods and apartment buildings so that landlords can't exploit their fucking tenants. I want to see fucking rent strikes so that when a landlord's acting up, those motherfuckers not getting paid. That's what I want to fucking see. That's what I want to fucking see. I want to see social housing like they got in Austria, in Vienna, in Japan. And I want to see more co-op cities in America. That's what I want to see. Aiden Dockery says, is the economy better under Trump or Biden? Depends on how you're looking at it, right? So if you're looking at it, for example, in the income inequality sense, it's gotten worse under both of the guys. If you're looking at it, if are people paying paycheck to paycheck, it's worse under both of the guys. If you're looking at it in terms of manufacturing growth, then jobs are better, or jobs are growing at a way that we've never seen them before. If you're looking at it in infrastructure, we're actually investing into infrastructure again. Inflation is down. The FTC or the FCC, one or the other, the ones with Lena Khan in it, is breaking up monopolies and preventing acquisitions and mergers that would consolidate entire industries. So that's good. That's good. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, you know, he was anti-union. He made it harder to strike. Under Joe Biden, the UAW did a strike and got a ton of benefits from their workers. So, I can say confidently, I could say very confidently, that Joe Biden was a better president than Donald Trump, even if that upsets some people. Anyway, folks, I'm gonna head out. Y'all conservatives, y'all can cope in the comments. It's all good, brother. But it was a fun time.